Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Quivz here. Quivz does stuff. Having a look at Astroneer today, which I wasn't expecting to do. I was expecting to play more Terratech. It's actually Easter Monday. Probably Easter Sunday elsewhere in the world. I think America it would still be Easter Sunday. Anyway. But yeah, just before April dropped, they dropped a new update. And I actually thought it was an April Fool's update, so I didn't check it out until today, which is kind of funny, but oh well, you know, it happens. But it is actually finally a sort of a gameplay update. So Astroneer has dropped relatively frequent updates, but most of them have been just new things to build and haven't really changed the gameplay loop. They've been fun to explore and mess around with, and so on and so forth. Haven't changed anything. Now they've actually added missions, which changes how the gameplay actually evolves and moves along. Essentially, the game kind of tutorializes at you a bit harder than it used to. That's kind of what the missions really do, but from what I've heard, I haven't gotten there yet, there is more end game content now as well. So we're going to explore that. This will probably turn into a Let's Play series, which is why I've given it an episode 1. I am just tacking it onto the end of the previous Let's Play playlist, even though I never finished the game in that Let's Play series. That save game is long gone, who knows where it is. As you'll see, I have no save games currently. But we're going to dive in and see how we go. I have had a slight look already. Oh, I didn't bother to set up my suit or anything. The game is really loud in my ears, but I have adjusted things on OBS, so hopefully it's not so loud that you can't hear me. I won't actually know until, this is not a great spawn. This is just really horrible terrain to start on. Alright, I don't like it. We're going to start again. It's a really, really crap start. Yeah, hopefully the audio mix isn't, you know, I'm not completely lost in the mix. But I won't know until I actually finish streaming and check it. I could stop and check. I could pause and go back and check what it sounds like on the live preview. I'm going to do that, so bear with me. This might take... hey Jonathan, welcome back. Yeah, I'm going to have to pause and just check, or you could possibly tell me. The sound mix, I don't know whether the game is super loud and you can't actually hear me over the game sound effects, so if you could just sort of, especially this intro bit, just let me know that yes, you can hear me, no, you can't hear me over the background sounds. Otherwise I'm going to have to pause and go back and do a live sound check, which is weird, because I haven't done it before. Because yeah, in my ears I get the game at 100%, but I'm only sort of putting the sound effects out at about 60%, so I'm not really sure how the mix is. Well, that's a better looking start. Alright, so the basic tutorial-y things. Oh, you can't hear me over the sounds? Alright, well, we'll adjust the sounds down even further. Yeah, I figured it looked like it was really loud. We'll see. Maybe that'll be better. Oh, you can hear me, but it is a bit loud. Yeah, okay. Well, I've adjusted it down a bit further, so it'll be loud for me, but I can't really hear myself with headphones on anyway, so it should all work out. Alright, so the first major change. When you initially started up a new survival game of Astroneer, you'd click on this, and you'd just immediately get some free stuff. Now, in this one, you do immediately get some free stuff, but it's not the free stuff you used to get. So now you get a small printer. You still get the oxygenator, which is good, because when I initially tried this new update, I accidentally clicked start a creative mode game first, and then went cancel and went start a survival game mode. And apparently if you do that, the game will actually bug out and think you're in survival mode, think you're in creative mode even when you're in survival mode, and you won't get the first missions. So don't do that. If you do that, just immediately stop and start a new game, because otherwise it's going to be fail and you're never going to get anywhere. But yeah, so now you get missions rather than just some free stuff from the landing pad. And your first mission, I think, is just to connect this stuff up. And then you get free things for doing that. Namely tethers. Next thing that you want to do is this one. So yeah, it's an okay interface. I'm not sure. I think it's exactly how it should be. And the next thing that you have to do is place a tether. Once you've placed the tether, you've finished your next mission. You can come here. You can find things. So under rewards, that's ones that you've done but haven't collected the rewards for yet. It'll give you some new things. Accept a new mission. It gives you a free canister. Let's see now. I don't see any plastic anywhere nearby. Resin, not plastic. There's compound. I might grab this compound. Alright, it's actually resin that I need because I'd like a second canister. But oh well. Yeah, so the game is going to kind of use this new thing to tutorialize at you a little bit more than it did before, which will hold your hand further into the game. So with any survival crafting game, one of my biggest concerns is that at some point you become reliant on the wiki. You have to go to the wiki, you have to use it because you don't know what to do next, or there's no possible in-way game to remember all the statistics for certain items, things like that. And one of my... I wouldn't say it's a pet hate, but one of the things that I said about Valheim that I was so impressed about was that that was unnecessary. It was obvious what was the next tier. It was relatively obvious what to do if you have like a basic understanding of how survival crafting games work. You could just go and do it and it'd all work out. And you could move on without ever having to go off, like out of the game and consult a web page. Which ruins the game. Like, you don't want to be consulting a webpage. Wow, there's no resin anywhere near here. This is going to suck. And I think that's sort of what Astroneer is going for now, is to put more of that in-game. They've already got the Astropedia, which assists substantially in not really needing to go to a wiki. I mean, I don't really need the wiki anymore because I know all the game mechanics. But now, if this tutorials... these missions that tutorialize at you are any good, you might not need to go to the wiki at all anymore in Astroneer, and that's commendable. That's what you really want to see. So fingers crossed that's what actually happens, but yeah, it'll be a little while before I find out, because we've got to get far enough into the game to get to some of the more complex game pieces to discover whether that is true or not. Alright, so there I've finished the next mission, which is fill a canister with soil. I'm going to make a second canister because I use 2 canisters. It's just, that's how I play. I have 2 canisters on my back. One is never enough. So, extra small canister. That's just how I like it to be. Yeah, the game does seem extra loud in my ears. And echoey too. I might have some of the surround sound stuff turned on at the moment, but oh well. Alright. Oh good, it does count towards it. Right, so yeah. Unlock, print, attach the boost mod. Print, attach the drill mod. So those are pretty far away. But you don't get the soil centrifuge schematic until you do that. Wow. Yeah, I don't use the boost mod. And I don't even bother with the drill mod until I get to diamonds. So we'll see whether I bother to do that at all. I might just learn it through the standard method. Alright. But I will gather more compound and more... Where was compound? It was around here somewhere. And more resin. So yeah, there's going to be some differences in gameplay in the direction that they wanted you to go compared to the direction that I actually chose to go when I play the game. Because, yeah, I wasn't doing things exactly the way you should. So, for example, one of the very early first things I do is dig a hole down into the earth because, well, this is Astroneer and you've got to get down to the middle at some point. Let's see if I can get a nice even descent. That's a bit steep. Let's not go with that one. Something like... Yeah, that's still steep as. Can we get something a little more? There we go, that's pretty good. So this will be like one of the first things I do, is make a hole into the ground. Yeah, the first mod I make is normally the wide mod. And after the wide mod, I won't do a drill mod until... I'll just skip everything and go straight to the level 3 drill mod, because you don't... Well, the way the game was set up before, you didn't need it. The first time you actually needed a drill mod was when you finally got to terrain that you couldn't deform at all, and by that point you should already have had all the technology necessary to construct the diamond drill mod, the level 3 diamond one. So yeah, I don't know what we're going to do about that. We might have to skip that mission and just not do it, because it's not 100% necessary. Where was that resin? Is it over there? No. Oh, there it was. But yeah, so most of the gameplay will be the same. It's just that the gameplay loop will be slightly different because it's now more structured. You get told what you should be doing as opposed to just doing what you think you should do. Which is how I used to play, which was just, alright, well, I know I need to go to the outer planets or the other planets, and so the best way to do that is to progress along getting everything you need to survive on another planet, getting a shuttle, and then when you get to that planet, it's like, well, I've got these new resources. The point of the game is to get the newest resources so that you can progress further and get to further planets and make it easier to get to further planets, and then you can start doing the gateway engine. So I would basically be at the final planet before I even started trying to do the gateway engine. Spoiler alert, I should have mentioned that already, but there will be quite a lot of spoilers because, yeah, I've played the hell out of this game. It's not new to me. Alright, let's see now. It's giving me these crappy platforms. Don't know what I'm supposed to be doing with these. Darn it. Pick it up. There. Okay. What's that? Medium storage. That's not even a useful thing at this point in the game. Anyway, okay, so it's got some weird ideas about what should be going on, and probably expects you to put all your resources on platforms and storage, which I never do. I just put them in a big pile because it's a waste of resources to make platforms and stuff that you don't really need for anything. Wow, I've got a lot of printer, medium printer, slot a medium printer onto a platform. Okay, yes, that is worth doing, so we'll definitely do that mission. We'll probably end up slotting that onto this platform, one would imagine. Medium printer, cool. Yeah, there's lots of stuff that I think this game expects you to do, and they've built ways for you to do it. and I never do it. So slotting resources, I use these medium storages on the sides of a soil centrifuge. I'll have one on the side of a furnace. I'll have one, and on the side of the chem lab I'll have two, because you need the space. And I never go bigger than the medium storage because I found it's all I need, and I never build any other kinds of storage because I don't need it. A pile of resources has always worked fine for me. So alright, that should be another mission. What do I get for that? I wasn't actually looking what you get. Large platform B1. Schematic large platform B. That's good. That means I don't need to learn the schematic to large platform B. Alright, not doing that. Unlock and print a smelting furnace. Refine aluminium from laterite. Okay. Powerful programs pretty connect a small generator to power the network. Well, I'm not going to do that. I never use generator. Oh, but you get a small battery and the battery schematic for it. That's pretty cool. Print and use a research chamber. That's a good one. We'll definitely do that because we're going to want those anyway. These large platform Bs, like this is normally the first schematic that I learn. Until I have this schematic, I would normally run around until I've got 500 research points to print this, to learn this schematic, and then never print one of these ever again because they're useless. Never print any other platform except this platform. This is the only platform I'll ever print for the rest of the game. And we'll put a research chamber on that one because that is our current mission. 1 resin, 2 compound. I'll have to go grab some more compound, but that's alright. Where's the compound? That was nearby, over here. So yeah, different progression, I guess, to what I'm used to. You're kind of encouraged to do it their way, which is not the way that I would do it. So yes, I'm going to do it my way, while trying to respect their way. At some point I'm probably going to get annoyed at some of the missions that are stuck on my mission list and do them because I'm going to do them. But yeah, it's not how I would go about actually progressing. I've got a lot of points there already, but I'm going to get given so many different new things that normally I don't get given. Large solar panel, awesome. Aluminium alloy, alright, so it is a pretty advanced high level thing. But yeah, I mean, this is enough, almost enough to get the first shuttle. It is enough to get the first shuttle. Wow. I'm not going to spend any points. Thanks, Jonathan. Yeah, I might be going for a long time. It is the first thing I'm doing. I literally got up, made a coffee, saw this update, and started playing. So check back in. I could be going in a couple hours. I might still be here. Yeah. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, so normally I would have spent a lot of research points by now, but bits by now. But with these new missions, I don't know when to spend or what to spend it on. So I've got to keep checking what my next mission is and whether those missions give me anything good. And I will sort of try to progress using missions and save the bits for when I really, really need to learn something out of sequence. Alright, so what do I get? Beacons. Well, what am I going to do with 2 beacons? They don't do anything. Alright, we'll just slot them on there for now. Yeah, that's... Again, don't really know why it is the way it is, why it's choosing to do things in the order it's choosing to do things. I guess the developers have a different idea of how you should be progressing through the game to the way I've been doing so. Before I slot anything in, let's make sure there isn't a mission for that. Take a bite. Gain 2,000 more bytes. Okay. Here we go, sampling. Find, use, research samples. Haha! I get a feeling that using this, my base is going to fill up with crap. Find and use research samples, 10. Oh, no, those are the other ones. Okay, so that's not this. Alright, well that's fine. We can still do that. There should be lots of those down here. So let's start by... Whoa. Oh, I love this helmet. I got it during the Halloween thing recently. I didn't get everything through the Halloween. I didn't get all 3 pieces. I only got, I think, the helmet. I might have got a color scheme as well, but the helmet is cool. I'm really happy with the helmet. It looks awesome. There are always, well not always, but there are frequently seasonal skins that you can unlock through gameplay. There are also skins you can buy. I'm not going to complain because it's not, you know, a ridiculous microtransaction store like it is in some games, but Astroneer is not completely without its microtransactions. They exist. There are some of them. But they're pretty innocuous. You know, there's no pay to win here. There are alternates. There are things that you can make that are different to the standard, but they're not going to make it easier to play the game. They just are visually different. Alright, I am going to build... looks like there is some under there, but that's alright. We'll go to here. And we'll collect a piece of aluminium. Couple of bits of that. Go back upstairs. So one of the other things I always do is I always put tethers near these pillars that produce research samples, because the research samples regrow. So the next time I come down here, if the research sample is regrown, there'll be a tether that will actually lead me to it. And I will eventually have just, you know, a long line of tethers that leads me on a merry adventure to all the local research samples. And these underground ones are worth more than the above ground ones, so it's always worth doing the underground ones, especially on the first world. In some of the later worlds, like, they become worth heaps, and even the above ground ones are worth a lot, so you don't necessarily need to worry about it as much. But yeah, on this first world, normally you're very short on research in the early game. Maybe not so much with these new missions, because you do appear to get bits at a pretty frequent and advanced rate. Also going to just kill all these off and drill this out, because I wasn't sure if I was going to find more on the other side of that pillar, and I was right, there's one just over here, so we'll make another one. I need some more tethers, so we'll make some more tethers. Drop another tether right next to it. And yeah, I don't actually remove the research sample, use it, until I've dropped a tether next to it. So if I run out of tethers, for example, I will not collect the research samples. And I will come back later when I've got tethers to remove said research samples. Alright, what else have we got down here? Anything good? Should be more research samples in the distance, perhaps. Can't see anything yet. That's okay. That's a pretty good underground foray for this early in the game. Got some aluminium right off the bat. Mapped a few research sample points. Didn't find any spherolite yet, unless that was spherolite. No, that's more aluminium. Zinc, I'm going to want that for the wide mod that I mentioned that I use instead of the boost mod that it's encouraging me to get. But yeah, I'm more into the wide mod, so let's see. Here we go, sampling. Okay, we've done that. Oh, no, 7. I haven't done it yet. So I need to find another 3. There should be 3 up above ground, certainly nearby somewhere, I'm sure. There's a couple. You often get some in plants. On these bushes. This kind of bush normally as well, but yeah, these plants you will get 2, 3, sometimes 5. In this case it's a full 5, which is pretty rare. So we'll just grab the lot of that. There was a big sample somewhere. We'll grab that. New mission, and that's going to just reward me a bunch of tethers, is it? Well, that's... Yep, definitely filling my base up with assorted crud. Right, what else have we got? Retooling. Like I said, not really interested in doing that. Unlock and print a smelting furnace. Yeah, that's pretty good. We'll do that now. We're at about the right point for that, so I want to print a new large platform B. Wait for that to finish, then we'll print a furnace. We'll rearrange some of this stuff. Just do some more terrain flattening while we're waiting. It's not actually very flat. That's alright. There we go. That's pretty good. Got no extra bonus power production stuff. I think I saw a free solar collector on one of these scrap debris panels. I didn't bother to pick it up. I might have been on a different game rather than this one. Oh no, there we go. There's one. We'll grab that. It's free, why not? I've got a fair few extra slots sitting around the place. Still another spare one on the hab. Couple more research points. Let's see what's on this debris. Maybe there's something good on that. Nah, doesn't look like it. Looks like a power cell, which are essentially the same thing but disposable. So they're not hugely useful. They do work at night though, so it will speed up the production of this large platform B. Then I can work out what resources I'm going to need for the furnace. I'm going to need, I think, a couple more compound. I think it's 1 resin and 2 compound, but I'm not sure. Or was that what the research chamber is? I think the research chamber might have been 2 compound and 1 resin. The furnace might be the other way around. That's right, we'll just collect a few bits and pieces and pop them in the pile. Where was that resin over there? I actually want a lot of this because I'm going to want to probably create another large platform B almost immediately. So yeah, try to get a lot of resin before I go back. Oh, whoa. That was not a great camera rotation. Right, put this behind that. closer. Oops, let's lock that in place so I don't accidentally pick it up anymore. Lock that in place. Put that there. Furnace. Oh, I have to pay for it myself? I did have to pay for it myself. I remember it saying that. I haven't done it yet. So we'll unlock the smelting furnace, and then it is 1 compound, 2 resin. I was right. It was the other way around. Now, the other thing they've added is this wheel, where you can get to a compass, which gives you indicators to things, which we didn't have before, so that's kind of nice. I think the purple is the nearest gateway engine, best guess. And yeah, it's nice having your base and stuff on it, which we didn't before, but I don't know whether they stay there, like, if they go off compass. So let's run this way for a bit. Have a quick test of the... how does the compass work? Whew, that's really far. I've used almost half my oxygen. I need to turn around any second. Oh dear. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to find out. So the edge of the compass is 1/2 oxygen bar away. That's interesting to know. I am going to be out of oxygen before I get back. I might suffocate. Oh, no, I'll make it. It's pretty close, though. Let's go this way, because it'll be closer. There we go. Alright, furnace is nearly done. Oh, I can put this in. Oops. I forgot that. It's just always on now. You used to actually have to restart it for every new research item, but now, no, it's just, it's on. Beacon. Yeah, let's put that there. Right, and you can get to your missions without going to the landing pad, but yeah, the landing pad is where you get it. Refined aluminium from laterite, yes, we're nearly there, and I'll get another medium storage for that, which is not hugely useful, but oh well, we've progressed. Retooling, like I said, I'm not going to do that. Print and connect a small generator power network. Don't really want to do that, but you do get a small battery and a small battery schematic for it. Take a bite, we'll eventually get there. That'll just take time. Master of Unboxing. Unlock an EXA Research Aid Unit. What the hell are they? I don't actually know how to do that or what it is. Tractors and trailers, again, I never use those. Arm yourself. Print an auto arm. Store research with an auto arm. Never do that. Print small shuttle. Print and install oxygenator in small shuttle. I don't do that. Print attach solid fuel thruster. I do that. I never put an oxygenator on my shuttles. You don't need to. Talking tungsten. Journey to DeSolo or Calidor to locate wolframite. Yeah, so missions might have changed what they want you to do, but I don't know whether I'm going to do that, because I have a very different idea on what the preferred way of progressing through Astroneer is, and I think they've got some of this pretty wrong. So we're not going to do that. I'm going to unlock Soil Centrifuge now, because I've got all the things I need for it. And it is, in my opinion, the next most important thing to build. So missions, they're there. They'll probably tutorialize you through the game. You might learn how to play their way better. But this is very quickly going to turn into an Astroneer Let's Play the way Rusty, well, Quivz. Rusty's my nickname, actually. Quivz is my handle. Let's learn to play the way Quivz normally plays. So yeah, so missions, maybe some of the endgame ones are better, but yeah, I can already see a few things here where it's like, well, I wouldn't do it that way because it's not the efficient way to do it. It's just, it's a way to do it. It's not what I'd call efficient. Like, you don't need a boost mod. Boost mod doesn't really do anything. Boost mod makes the terrain disappear faster. The terrain already disappears fast enough. If you need the terrain to disappear faster, I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what you're trying to achieve. Yeah, I've never done it. You don't need a drill mod until like the 5th or 6th planet. I've never used tractors and trailers. Never found them to actually be necessary in the game at all. Print and connect small generators. You certainly don't need that on this planet. Arm yourself. I know they exist. They're extremely late game stuff, and I haven't ever used them yet. I don't put an oxygenator on the shuttle. It's unnecessary. Take an oxygenator with you, put it on a platform on the planet that you arrive at, and connect up to the platforms. Talking tungsten, yes, okay, you have to go and get tungsten because that's the next resource, but yeah, so I don't even know what an Exo Research Aid Unit is. Is that the thing where you go and find, like, Voyager and the actual NASA actual probes? Exo Research Unit, that's this, isn't it? Yeah. For exo gear and cosmetics during designated time windows. So yeah, so they won't even exist at the moment, to the best of my knowledge. Alright, so I think that's as far as the... how do I turn this compass off again? That might be as far as these new missions actually take me. Because from here on in, I think there's a better way to play, and it's not the way they're encouraging you to do so. I would say that your next steps are all like this. I might end up getting a shredder earlier than I would normally get a shredder, just because I'm being provided with a lot of crap that I don't need. Anyway. Right. Soil centrifuge, 1 aluminium, 2 compound. I should have that. Aluminium, compound. Compound. Might as well start learning things I'm going to need. Alright, we're going to need... small solar cell, a small wind turbine. Gonna need to go climb this mountain and see if there's any copper up there. Let's go do that now. Haha! Alright. So I need enough copper just for a single... Actually, I don't even need enough copper for a single solar cell because I managed to find one, so I could have taken that with me to the solar, but oh well. Maybe we'll leave the one I found here and we'll make a new one to take with us. Yeah, so some of you might argue, oh, you need a boost mod, look how slow that is, look how long that's taken. You could do with a drill mod, it'll be quicker. Yes, it would, but it's not necessary. My time is not so limited that I really need a boost mod this early in the game. The only time when I'll never worry about a boost mod, and the only time I'll worry about a drill mod is when I literally cannot drill through something. Like, it's not possible to drill through it at all. And that's 4 or 5 planets into the game. Right, 1 piece of malachite, that's all we need. Actually, we do need 2, because I wouldn't mind a work light. So I will actually keep going and try and get 2 pieces so I can get a work light as well before I move on. Camera, behave. Yeah, so less impressed than others might be, but I suppose it depends on how you play Astroneers, like what your normal method of progression is, whether you progress similar to the way that their missions want you to progress, or whether you have your own version, which I already do. Right, what's next? So that's power. I think that's everything we need off the small. When we go up to this, we've already got the oxygenator because it gives you that one through a mission, so that was useful. I'll give them that. The next thing I'm going to need is the solid fuel thruster. We'll need that. And then I think the actual shuttle itself. So we need a few 100 more bytes for that. Let's go downstairs and see if those things have recharged yet. We'll get about 100, 150 bytes there. Maybe a bit more. Oh yeah, much more. That's already like 150 bytes, so there's another maybe 100. So that's like 200 bytes. Must be getting close to finishing that mission about the bytes too. Or have I already done that and I just don't remember? We'll see. I'm gonna need some more aluminium eventually, because you're gonna need a couple for the oxygenator, well, 1 for the oxygenator and I think 1 for the shuttle. So we'll just take a couple more of those upstairs. Upstairs, back to the surface. Ah, there we go, there's the bytes thing. Don't remember what the reward for that was, but maybe it unlocks something more useful, mission-wise. Take a bite. Gives you 5 bytes, right. Did it unlock any new missions? Advanced Explorer Kit. Unlock oxygen tank, power cells, glow sticks, and dynamite. Never use glow sticks, never use dynamite, never use power cells. I do use the oxygen tank. That is one that I want pretty soon. Yeah, so I don't actually want this, because I'm never going to use it. So we literally have run out of missions to do. Because I'm not taking tungsten. That'll be the next thing that I'll actually do. Other than that, I won't do any of these other missions. The game wants me to do them, and I'm going to say, no game, no. You behave and sit in your place. This is my game of Astroneer, not your game of Astroneer. Oh well. Gonna want it eventually. One of those, I think 2 of them, because I think a work light. There's copper, not malachite. Yep. All right. So a small solar, a wind turbine is going to require some quartz. So I need to start a quarry as well, which will be right around here. When I say quarry, it's just I need to fill my soil canisters somewhere. Because now that I have a soil centrifuge, I'll never go looking for resources like resin or compound or clay or quartz or ammonia ever again. I'll just fill up resource canisters and do that instead, because why wouldn't you? Right, I'm going to need to print an oxygenator eventually, so let's do that. Start getting ready for that now. I need spherolite. I'll have to go down and look for spherolite. Let's see. Don't want to go too far off the beaten track. And more than once I've gotten myself lost underground and been unable to return. If you don't see anything after a few small chambers, retreat and head back to your tether lines. Don't go too far. Don't fall down holes, obviously. Falling down holes is not ill-advised. There's no better way to get lost in the dark than falling down a hole. Right, there's none there. Don't see any here. So what we'll do instead is we'll try and go down another level of the planet's crust and try there instead. Hopefully it won't take me too long to find spherolite, but yeah, I do kind of want that wide mod. It's going to be one of the next things that I want. Yeah, you always find the first level down is not as open and conducive to travelling as the second. Now we'll drop a proper tether line. Too far apart. And one there. We'll put one over here because that is a set of resources, so is even more over here, which is nice. So, yeah, close enough. I'll probably still be able to work that out. Alright, that's all compound. That's not spherolite, is it? Yeah, it's all compound. Let's go and look around the corner. Oh, one of these. Quickly destroy that. Don't get hit by the green gas. There's a generator. No, it's broken. There's some oxygen filters, though. We'll take those for now. So that's spherolite in the distance. No, that's more compound. Right, don't see any spherolite in the immediate vicinity. Let's return. Hook up to the tether again. Let's try over here. What's that? Oop, that's a big deep hole. Oh no, it's not that deep, it's just a small hole. Still, don't fall in holes. It's a great way to die. That is more... Oh, for God's sake. Compound, compound, none of that is spherolite. Some quartz over there, some aluminium over there. It's not very encouraging, is it? Let's drill a hole through this wall and have a look over here. Absolutely nothing, just a blind chamber. Okay, so that's not it. Nope. Aluminium. More research samples. No spherolite on this level either. No immediately obvious spherolite anyway. We might have to go and explore the hills just to find some. That's going to be weird. probably going to need a research item by now. Interesting. I've normally found spherolite by now. It's kind of weird not to have done so. Oops. Copper. Worklight, always useful. I'm going to need that small solar, so I'll make it now. I'll stick it on there, because for now it might as well help out with power generation. Going to need a small wind turbine. Research the small shuttle. I'm going to want the wide mod. Gonna want to find spherolite. Really weird not to have actually found spherolite. Now it can turn up on hills, but not mountains. Also turns up in the early layers underground. Oh no, it's the early layers underground, not hills. It's not hills on this planet. I think it's hills on the next planet, where spherolite turns up. Ah dear. That did not work at all. Yeah, that'll do. Oh. See, this is why you wide mod, because the tight confines in the tunnels that you make are too tight for decent camera angles. So I'm going to go down a third layer, having not found spherolite easily and readily as early as I would have liked. Going to increase my rate of descent as well, because this is starting to get shallow. The planets are spherical, so the actual as you go further on, let's call it the z-axis, your rate of descent on the y-axis actually decreases as you move around the curvature of the planet. There's the spherolite I was looking for, so that solves that problem. So I don't need much of that. One will do. You don't need any more of it until you start making large batteries. Medium batteries. There is no large battery yet. And I didn't see a large battery in the update. So I haven't made that yet. Can't remember what else you use zinc for. Very few things. But yeah, so the wide mod will be one of the first things I'll do. I'll probably pick up most of this tether network and then redo the slant down path. Yeah, you'll see when I do it. Alright, is that not glass? It's ceramic. Didn't it used to be glass? Was it always ceramic? Oh. Five. Must have been short a little bit of soil, so we'll just grab a little bit more. Top it off. So I made a bit of glass for nothing, apparently. Oh well. Gonna want that to be zinc soon. There we go, can research the wide mod now. Let's go pick up my tether lines, bring them back to the surface. so that I can redo the descent line. We'll leave the extra ones, they will eventually just be reconnected as the tether line gets replaced. It's easier to just reconnect these because if you don't, recollect these, because if you don't, when you remake the descent line, you'll either build over them or knock them all over and they'll go tumbling down into the dark anyway. So yeah, that's easier to just do this. Right, wide mod. I'm going to need at least a couple of ceramics straight off the bat. Probably a couple more when I get to building the shuttle, but we're a little bit away from that now. Right, wide mod is attached. I have nothing much in my thing. Let's put a little bit of soil in that. Right, descent, let's make it better. Right, so this makes the path a bit wider, it makes the hole a little less claustrophobic and makes the camera angles easier. Mostly it makes it easier not to fall off when you're going really fast, which you will sometimes be doing if you're descending at speed. Oh, I'm going to need tethers for the power, of course. So another thing that I will do often, but haven't started doing, I will do it now, is you'll actually descend dropping tethers and creating the path at the same time. So after this tether, let's do that. So as soon as you see the tether break, drop a new one. The actual fact that you are level in terrain will control your speed. You'll always go at a walking pace. So it's pretty easy to make sure you don't leave tethers too far behind and can keep a good line connected. Unless, of course, you stuff up and look across at the chat window to see if anyone said anything recently. I don't remember how far I got in my previous Astroneer Let's Play, so another thing I will... Oh, I forgot. Damn tethers again. So another thing I might do is I might actually bring up my... It's an extremely basic spreadsheet, which just helps you keep track of what you have already on planets and what you have yet to add to planets. Planets have requirements, power... It's nice to have a hab, it's nice to have things like a soil centrifuge. It's nice to know what you've got on every planet before you get there. Right, I need to print some more tethers. So I make a basic spreadsheet. You can do it in any spreadsheet program. You could do it in a text document if you really had to. Just to keep track of what I've already got where, otherwise you forget what you've got on certain planets and you end up wasting fuel or solid fuel boosters to get to a planet, and then you get to the planet, it's like, I already had a soil centrifuge here, I didn't need to bring a soil centrifuge, or I already had a chemistry lab here, I didn't need to bring a new chemistry lab or some wolframite so I could make a chemistry lab. Yeah. Just little bits and pieces that help you progress through the game without getting stuck. I know enough coding. I should really look into making a little companion app that I can use in a browser that's a bit better. But, yeah. I haven't. There are plenty of times where I've thought about things that I could do, and I could I could code that. I know enough coding to code that personally. And I just don't get around to it because it's a hassle. I wanted to make games, but I don't want to code. I tried it. I did it at a university level. I can code. It's fine. My brother does coding for a living. He is a groundwater modeler, groundwater hydrologist, computational modeler. We actually have a boundary forces, boundary principles, computational modeling. There's a formula in groundwater modeling in Python. It's a little package that deals with certain boundary forces that's named after us, named after our family because he created it. My sister is a coder. She is a database. Actually, I don't think she does much coding at the moment, but she is qualified to create databases. Oh, what are they called again? Database architect. She is qualified to be a database architect and to actually create the actual base databases, which is the main coding part. At the moment, she's mostly just does requests. So when people actually need stuff, so that's still coding because a proper SQL request is like code to get the bits that you want and not the bits that you don't need, and compared to the bits that they should be compared to. Yeah, so she does that sort of stuff. My entire not my entire family. My biological brother and biological sister. My brother-in-law does computer stuff, but not coding. And my sister-in-law she's a psychology doctor of well, she almost has a doctorate. She hasn't finished yet, but she nearly has a doctorate in psychology. I don't know how important that is to anyone. It's not important to you at all. It makes no difference to your life. Oh well, I'm just talking about it. I have a smart family. With only a bachelor's degree, I am one of the least educated people in my family. Because my brother has a doctorate, my sister-in-law has a doctorate, my sister has 2 degrees. Admittedly, my brother-in-law doesn't have anything and my dad doesn't have anything, but my mum has a degree and several diplomas. So with just a bachelor's degree, I'm actually pretty uneducated by comparison to the rest of the people in my family. In my immediate family, anyway. Now, I still haven't made a wind turbine, have I? I swear that used to be glass, not ceramic. Might as well plug it in for now so it can actually help with production. What else do we need to print? Oxygenator, I'm going to need one of those. Ammonium and aluminium. Aluminium, we'll make the ammonium in here. So I'm going to need to come back to my quarry. Fill up 2 canisters. Another reason why I use 2 canisters. 2 canisters is the minimum that you need for aluminium. 2 canisters is a full soil centrifuge. Whereas 1 canister is half a soil centrifuge. Alright, I need 2,000 for that, don't I? Where is it in here? The oxygen tank? Yeah, 2 grand. Wow, it's going to take a while. I've got beacons because they've given me beacons. I've got tethers, so I should have used these tethers, but oh well, I didn't. Aluminium's done. Waiting on the ammonium. I'm going to need to take 1 aluminium with me so I can make a soil centrifuge at the next planet. I'm also out of compound, so I'll need to fill up the soil centrifuge yet again. So yeah, once I've got a soil centrifuge, I no longer go looking for base resources. Only resources that can't be produced in the soil centrifuge will I ever actually mine again. Because what is the point? The soil centrifuge is extremely OP from that point of view. There is one thing I will never make in the soil centrifuge, and that is organic. Pretty much every planet, there's more than enough organic around. You should never need to make organic in the soil centrifuge. If you're really reliant on generators, you might do it just because it's quicker than actually running around, and maybe you've exhausted everything in the local vicinity. But yeah, mostly that's a no-no. Like, you're just wasting your time. There's perfectly good organic in the surrounding area. And apparently there's graphite under here. I don't know where that is, but I'm going to go and get it. There is an odd thing that sometimes happens, an odd bug, where your soil centrifuge won't work properly on new planets. You'll get to the new planet, you'll place a soil centrifuge, and it will start producing resources and then will just never finish. It won't spin, it won't do anything, it won't let you stop it, it won't let you refill it. Yeah, it's an extremely annoying little bug that occasionally happens. The only way to fix it is to actually pack up the soil centrifuge and unpack it again using a packager, which would then require, of course, graphite. So sometimes it's worth collecting some graphite. I believe graphite is technically available on every planet, though. It's just really hard to find because it's a rare resource. Right, what else do we need? I need 2,000 bytes for an oxygen tank because I'm going to want that before I leave this planet. I've got the 2 small power sources. I've got 1 aluminium that I'm going to need to take with me so I can print a soil centrifuge. I'm going to want one of these to take with me, but I'm also going to want one of these to put a large printer on. So I need to make 2 large platform Bs. Resources for a shuttle. What are the resources required for a shuttle? I'm going to want the landing pad, but I can research and build that at the next planet. That's fine. It is 2 aluminium. I thought there was ceramic in it. Alright. Pressing the wrong button. 2 aluminium. So I don't have 2 aluminium, so I'll have to go and get some more aluminium. Easily done. Got my oxygenator, I've got the booster that I need to power the shuttle. I'm forgetting something, but I don't know what it is. Do the printer now and we'll come back and do the extra large platform after the printer's printing the shuttle. Don't technically need anything yet, but It's always nice to have a full centrifuge ready to go in case you're just like, oh, I need this now. And then it's like, well, I've already got a full centrifuge. I can just print that immediately. I don't have to mess around and wait for it. Oxygenator power. And the soil centrifuge. That's everything. Don't think I'm forgetting anything. The beacon. Don't want to forget a beacon. It's always nice to take a beacon with you. In fact, let's make sure I don't forget to take a beacon with me by putting it over there with the stuff that I need to take with me. So I'm really just short on research bytes right now, so I can get the oxygen tank. Not essential to have the oxygen tank before you head off to this next planet, but I like to have it early. It's a good thing to have. Makes exploring on the new planet easier. Because you will need to find... Is it compound? Compound? Something. There's always something that you're a little bit short of. You need some raw materials on the new planet to build the first soil centrifuge. Normally by the time I leave... Is it Calidor? No. Desola is the moon of Silver, which is the planet I'm currently on. Normally by the time I leave Desola, I think I've already got the next level of shuttle most of the time. I don't remember. We'll work it out as we go along. It's some more research. There is some over there. Alright. Try and waste some tethers. It's just the one over here, so we won't bother adding another one. I think there was more deeper. Spherolite, and then over behind the spherolite there were some research components, research samples I should say. More aluminium. Ooh, what's over there? Is that going to be carbon? That's going to be nothing but carbon. We'll take that. I'll eventually use that up in the chemistry lab when I get that far. Ah, there's more research components. Alright, so we definitely are coming this way. That's an annoying hole. Let's fill that in. Like that. Yeah, it's alright. Okay, leave that there. That's cool. So yeah, sometimes I will make the terrain more suited to... I don't want to break my rule. I should put a tether there before I remove both of them, so I won't go any further. I'll leave that there. I saw a research item over here. There it is. I want that. So yeah, different people Astroneer in different ways. This is how I do it. And the missions are not as conducive to my method of progression. I suppose I could have tried to follow their missions and seen how that goes, but I just would have spent so much more time on this planet producing things like tractors and trailers that I don't have any use for them. They don't actually enhance my gameplay experience. For a lot of people I'm sure they do, but I've never found them to be very useful. They don't really do anything. By the time I need to carry lots of resources, I've got canisters. and I can do it thusly instead. Right, pretty close, need about 200. Needed more tethers. Whoa, something shooting at me. Alright, we'll go over here and just destroy that real quick. Sometimes they give up research samples that are worth a reasonable amount too. Alright, I don't see any others from here though. I think that might be as far as this one goes for the immediate moment. Oh, there's a triple over there. I might go over there for the triple. So we'll break those. And I'll end up having a big long tether line to go all the way over to a triple, because it's a triple. So from here, we'll do that. And that'll be enough for the oxygen tank, which is here. And I think once everything's done printing, we'll be ready to leave the planet. And again, I could keep going down and get to the center of the planet and find the gateway engine and go to the... I forget what they're called. There's gateway portals, there's gateway nexuses, and there's gateway engines. I don't know which of those things is which. I just call everything the gateway engine and be done with it. But yeah, like, it's not necessary to do that this early in the game. You could unlock the first one this early in the game, but it doesn't really do anything for you this early in the game. There is a mission associated with it. Maybe I could do that mission. Removing powerful problems, arm yourself, master unboxing, 2 parts unknown? No. Lights in the distance. Discover a gateway chamber. Locate one of the strange structures emitting a pillar of light. I could do that. But again, I wouldn't normally do that until I had to build the buggy. And I think the buggy is one of the rewards for one of these as well. Trailer and the trailer schematic. I don't use them for anything. A small generator to power a network. I never use small generators. Admittedly, it is only a small generator. Maybe I could print that just for the sake of doing that. Let's activate that mission, because that's cheap. Literally cost me 1 compound to do this mission. That's a small printer, not a small generator, you idiot. That's alright, we can take that with us to the next mission. So, it would have cost us 1 compound, but when you screw up and waste stuff, it costs you more than 1 compound. Do I not know the schematic? I was going to say, I'm pretty sure you know the schematic. Done. So I get a free small battery and the schematic for the small battery, which is pretty good. A free small battery and... Oh wow, I didn't know they could actually... It's kind of cool. We'll take that with us. Probably. We'll see, I might be running out of space now because I've accidentally Printed a few extra things, but we'll see how much space we've got. I need that glass that I printed to do my oxygen tank. I like the oxygen tank to be there so it's visible. What else have we got? Battery backup. Fully charge a battery. Oh, well, that should be easy. It's literally just a matter of waiting. It's handily nice and windy at the moment, so even though the sun's not up, we're getting a good charge, despite the research center running. What do I get for this? Splitter and extenders, neither of which I've ever used. Never done this either. That's how you get the buggy for free. Seek out and unlock Exodynamics Research Aids Unit. Research Aid Units. Oh, that's pretty easy. There's one. Give me... Damn it. Alright, let's wait for the battery to fully charge and then we'll do it. Okay, done. Battery backup. Collect those schematics. Grab this battery. Grab this wind power. Should be 2 solar powers around the place. There's one, there's the other one. Oh, just needed that. That's it. I thought that was to do with the NASA thingy where you actually collect real probes and stuff. But no, that's just that. Open one of those things. They're actually really easy. Right. Oh, good. They appear underneath. Alright, but a free buggy is nothing to be sneezed at, because that will, with the aid of these two, get me to the gateway engine. Can I print a rover seat already? I should be able to. Here it is, 2 compound, got that. Behave. Running out of compound, so we'll do that now. Fill my canisters. Cool. Yeah. Alright, so it wasn't so wise to put that there. Right. Now this compass, which we didn't have before, that changes everything. Before it would have been really hard to find a gateway engine. Now you actually got a compass to guide you. As to getting over these kinds of hills with this buggy, I don't know, but let's find out. I've never rolled one of these. I don't know if it's easy to get them back upright again if you do. Alright, this is not the best way to go. We'll go around the mountain rather than over the mountain, because that looks like a bad idea. Woohoo! I've never managed to do the air challenge as well, where you keep it airborne for a certain amount of time or something. Yeah. So yeah, I assume this purple marker is the nearest gateway. I don't actually know that for a fact. But we will pick up any extra things. Just grab that because it's there. Why not? Same as have a look inside this because it's here. You often get free cool resources and sometimes useful other kinds of things. What do we got here? Ceramic, spherolite, and aluminium. No, I don't want any of that, so we'll leave it. And there's the gateway. So later on I'll probably drill a path right through that mountain to get to this, but that's much, much later in the game. There we are, done that mission now. Excellent. And yes, that also lets us check on our radar that yes, your base stays on the radar even when it goes off the edges of said radar. Which means it's much harder to get lost now. It used to be very easy to get lost. Now it's much harder. Ah. And I probably will not use this buggy again for several episodes. That is about as much buggy as we need to do for a long time. Right, time to pack up, get the shuttle going. So, most people would put an oxygenator in there where it says put an oxygenator. I don't. I always take a large platform with me. It's going to be of more use when I get to the other planet. Alright, we'll leave that there for now because I'm probably not going to need that. I've got one more space. Do I take the small printer with me? I've got more than one more space. I might take that small battery with me. Where'd that go? I've got the aluminium that I need. Let's take the small printer with me. No, we normally take a medium printer with me. That's what I don't have. So I need to print a medium printer. I could take the small printer and then print the medium printer, but it's easier to have the medium printer and immediately be able to, well, almost immediately, be able to print a soil centrifuge, and then I've got everything I need, like, to progress on that planet. So, yeah. Different ways of achieving different things for different folks. What do you get? Just bytes for that. Alright, well that was a bit of a letdown. Eyes on lithium. Crafting larger batteries require lithium from Visenia or Novus. Alright. So it'll be a while before we do that. Well, that's weird. Activated gateway chamber. Again, I could do this early, but it's just bytes. So yeah, not a massive fan of how they expect things to be done. I do things differently. We are ready to mosey. So I visit the planets in order, even though there are planets you can skip. Like, you could go straight from here to Calidor if you want. You don't have to go to DeSolo. But I go to DeSolo, because I do all the planets. You're going to have to do all the planets eventually. Again, this is actually the opposite of what I normally said. It's actually efficient to skip DeSolo, but I don't. Try to get a landing spot that's near a gateway. If you can, that's pretty good. We'll take this one. Right. Make a flat bit. Doesn't have to be perfectly flat, but flattish is always good. Got a large platform because I brought that with me because I was smart. depending on how you look at it. I'm going to want to put the medium printer on immediately. Going to want to power that up immediately. I can drop the beacon off on the ground because it's not necessary until later. Let's put this down because I don't need it right now. Put the battery on it. I want to print a soil centrifuge, so I'll put the aluminium on it and go looking for 2 compound. I should have 1 compound with me. And I need 1 more. There's compound. There's a fuzzy bit on my mouse pad that's all different texture to the rest of it, and occasionally as I'm moving my mouse my finger will run over that fuzzy bit and annoy me. First world problems. My mouse pad fuzziness is not regular across the entire mouse pad. Steeper than required. Oh no, that's not too bad. That is a lot steeper than required, but oh well, we'll go with a super steep descent into the planet. Why not? See, now we literally don't need anything else to progress on this planet. Set up, soil centrifuge, all your basic resources are covered already. I mean, I could have gone there to get resin and gone there to get compound, but now I don't have to. I can just stand here for a while the sun is up, and eventually I will have 8 resin, with which I will print another one, and then I'll make a furnace, and then I'll print another large platform, and I'll make a research chamber, print another one, and I will make a chemistry lab, I think is the one you get off this, because atmosphere renewer is the next level. You don't get that for a couple of planets yet. But yeah. So that's how I do it. That's why I don't use this slot for an oxygenator, because what's the point? You don't need it. It's not necessary. Turn that alarm off. Buggy is now the last thing in there instead of large platform like it normally is. Normally I don't bother to learn the buggy thing at all. It doesn't do anything for me. Just start my descent. Use up what little power I have remaining to get to the first level and see if there's aluminium, and there is immediately. So yeah, this is going to be a pretty easy DeSolo. Ah, good, we got there, right. I do want you to print that. All of these. I like that the small battery now has a its own mini platform. That's cool. It didn't used to have that. and there's wolframite immediately as well. So it's all looking pretty good. I am out of tethers, but that's alright. We can worry about that later. See if there's anything good here. No, fireworks. Absolutely useful. Useless. That was fun. Sort of. Yeah. Astroneer's efficiency. Different people do it different ways. These missions aren't hugely efficient to my way of thinking. It's not bad. It's got its advantages. It's not how I would do it. Gonna need to do compound at some point. And yeah, now that you're on a new planet, research everywhere. So that's sort of the minimal amount of things that I would research. I like having the oxygen tank because it helps, but it's not 100% necessary. So you can save yourself 2,000 bytes by not researching that one. You get a couple of them through these missions now that you didn't get before. Let's just grab a couple for the speed. Oh wow, that's way more organic than I will ever need. And again, yeah, like some people will be like, I need a generator, it's so slow, like there's no power during the night. But especially on moons, the night cycle is so fast that it matters not. I don't even bother, but that's just me personally. Alright, so there were research samples. Here's one. There was another one over there. Let's pave over this hole so I don't accidentally fall in it. Drop a tether at the research sample, drop a tether at the research sample. Collect the research samples. Oh, it's a double over there. Let's go get that. There's even more over there, so we'll start paving our way towards this. Yeah, that's pretty close. There's more over there, so we'll be going that way next. Oh, there's even more over there. There is a lot of research on basically every planet. What's the biggest one? Atrox, the dangerous last planet that has no resources on it, but the final gas that you need, which I believe is helium? Hydrogen? Methane? Can't remember. Anyway, that's got the most research points on it, but yeah, DeSolo's got a lot, so you can get a lot of research done on DeSolo. And yeah, again, who needs storage? There's nothing wrong with a pile. A pile works. It accomplishes every goal you could possibly want. What did I want this for? I wanted it for something. What was it that I needed to print? I needed to print something. Oh yes. Eventually I will use medium storage. They come in handy on both the soil centrifuge and the furnace platform, as well as 2 of them for the chemistry lab when you get that far. I think it was this way. Yeah, so there's a triple over there, so I want to head to that. Or a double, possibly. Oh, there's a triple beyond this double. Yeah, so I can periodically walk this path and get huge amounts of research. There's even more over there, but I don't know if I want to go that way. Is there a better one? Yeah, sort of. That'll do for now. If I need more, I can always extend the path later. For now, I'll just grab this, take it to the surface, and then grab all of these that I haven't yet collected on the way back. Definitely worth a little path to remind me that there's a huge chunk over here. Yeah, so many research items that I won't even connect all of them up on a tether network, just enough of them so that I can get a huge chunk every time I need it. I don't even know what my next research item is. One of them is going to be the chemistry platform, chemistry lab, because that's the use for wolframite. The next level of power generation, so medium solar and medium wind. Can't make medium solar on this planet because there isn't any malachite that I'm aware of. I don't think so. I might have to check the Astropedia to double check that. But I should be able to make medium wind. So first, I would like to learn... Oh no, it's this one. That, chemistry lab. Then come back here and power, power, power. Here it is. Medium solar is 2000 and medium wind. Yeah, so they've changed that. That's aluminium and ceramic now instead of glass and ceramic that it used to be. Different. Copper and glass, that's as it used to be, so that's fine. 2,500 as well. It's more expensive too, I think. And there's a mini RTG now. Where is that? I haven't seen it. That's power, isn't it? Yeah. Oh. Alright. I don't know where it comes up. Maybe you can only learn it through missions, which means I might not learn it until late game when I actually can be bothered doing the missions. We'll see. Other things I need to learn is I don't know the landing pad yet, and I'm gonna need and want that, so let's do that. This platform becomes the platform where everything gets printed. So we move this to here. That can go there with that now. Let's just plug the battery into... Let's just drop the battery there. Cool. Print even more resin. Need to put a research chamber in now, followed by we'll start going and actually having a look at wolframite. Get our chemistry lab in place. Although there's not a lot I can do with the chemistry lab on this planet. Don't really end up using the chemistry lab until I've got, for anything much, I think there might be one or two things that I do, but mostly it's not until I actually get the atmosphere collector that I use it, because then I will make plastic or silicon. I think it's silicon that requires the gas, and then you can make habs, and then a hab is a good thing to take with to a planet because it's a 1 power unit RTG for free, basically, which means, you know, you're not reliant on waiting for the wind or the sun like I currently am now. There's no wind, there's no sun, so I'm just waiting for the power to come back on. Don't mind me, I'm just finishing a bit of breakfast chocolate. Rum and raisin, Cadbury. And my coffee, which is stone cold. Because I made it before I started this stream, and I've been streaming for almost 2 hours already. Oh well, iced coffee it is. Haven't had an affogato in a while. Used to like them. That's just coffee poured over vanilla ice cream, if you don't know. Black coffee poured over vanilla ice cream, to be specific. I've mentioned that to people, and they've poured a white coffee over it and gone, ew, that's not very nice. And I'm like, well, it's supposed to be a black coffee because the vanilla ice cream provides the milkiness. Do a bit more terrain flattening. That's not right at all. Is it? Oh, alright, close enough. Once again, like I said, nothing wrong with a pile. You don't need a whole bunch of different things to collect all your resources in some neat arrangement, because a pile works perfectly well. The game doesn't have problems with just random things sitting around the place. Like, I could imagine there'd be plenty of games where your save game would get corrupt if you've got this on every planet, but Astroneer doesn't have a problem with it. It works perfectly well. Leaving things in a pile, saving and loading, no problems whatsoever. That's to be commended, actually. It's a very common problem in a lot of games where entities that are just left floating loose in the world as opposed to attached in some system that is designed specifically to keep track of them. So, I mean, these storages, right? There's 8 slots. Each slot would be in the code, have a variable number, and you could store in that variable what each one is. Whereas these are just positions in the world, which means each one of these resources would have to keep an XYZ coordinate on what planet it was on, and then what resource it was. That's the kind of thing that in coding would often get lost and would definitely cause bugs. And Astroneer's never had a problem with it, to the best of my knowledge. I've never seen this just having a pile of resources bug out. So while the storages and the fact that you can get greater sizes of storage and stuff is excellent, it's unnecessary because a pile works fine. It does help you transfer things to and from planets, but I'll show you how I deal with that when we go back to Silver, which we're getting closer to doing that, but we're still not there yet. Alright, so I'm going to bring up, with a little bit of difficulty, a basic, and I'm going to have to make a new sheet. No, I don't really. I can just delete this sheet, can't I? And yeah, let's see if I can convince OBS to switch over to this without messing up. Let's see now. Apparently I can't do that while the game is running. So I guess I can only do it while I'm not streaming? Am I wrong? Can I do it? Did that work? That doesn't appear to have worked, does it? I think you're just looking at a black screen now. Alright, it didn't work. I might have to look into how to do that next time. Anyway, so one of the things I will do is I have a spreadsheet that helps me keep track of each planet, and then on each planet I'll have a track of how many batteries and what kind I have on that planet, how many wind power supplies and what size I have, how many solars, whether I have a furnace, a centrifuge, a lab, an atmosphere, a landing pad, a hab, what diggers I have, if I have automated diggers, what resource they are currently digging, and whether I've activated the gate on that planet or not. So those are just a few of the things that I will record. So I'm currently in my spreadsheet. Well, I was going into DeSolo. Now in DeSolo I currently have one small battery, so I'll put one small into my spreadsheet. I currently have one small wind, one small solar. I'll put a tick in furnace, I'll put a tick in centrifuge. I won't put a tick in lab yet. I will have one shortly, but I don't have it yet, so don't do it yet, is how that works. And then I will save the spreadsheet so that I don't lose that. It's just nice to keep all of that organized, because if you you know, I can only make a lab now, and later on I'm going to have to come back and drop off atmosphere. Well, not to DeSolo, because I don't think there's an atmosphere on this planet. Let's check the Astropedia. No, so there's no gases on this planet. But when I go to Calidor, I won't be able to make an atmosphere thing when I get to Calidor, because it won't be until I get to Glacio? Visania? Novus, because then you get iron. Once you've got iron, you can start making the atmosphere thingy. And then I'm going to want to come back to Calidor to put an atmosphere thing down to pick up hydrogen and sulfur. I'm going to want to mark that I did that so that I don't later on, after not playing for a week or whatever, forget, make another atmosphere renewer, come back here to DeSolo and go, there was already one here. Now I've got an extra atmosphere collector. What am I going to do with this atmosphere collector? Nice idea to keep track of everything. So the same goes for like power. So for example, I'll know that there's only small powers here. There's no RTG. I will add an RTG to the spreadsheet column to the spreadsheet when I actually reach the level of being able to produce RTGs. I haven't had a save game far enough, so I just don't have that in my spreadsheet yet as a result. But yeah, it's just some of the things that you do as the game progresses. It's a good idea to keep track of those things so you don't forget what you've got where you've got them. Right, I haven't actually collected any tungsten yet, but there was some like real close, so we'll just go and do that. We'll just get enough for now to actually build the first lab. Won't go overboard. I'm not collecting enough to take back to silver yet. But when I go back to silver, what I will do is I will make one medium storage, which is the one that stores 8, fill up the rest of the slots in my backpack, and that will be enough to get you through the vast majority of the game. Like, you'll never need more wolframite on silver, and by the time you do, you will have auto extractors. And I'll come back to Calidor with an RTG and an auto extractor, and build an auto extractor on a wolframite node somewhere. Yeah, you don't need that much. Alright, what else do I need? Glass and ceramic. Alright, well, I don't have either glass or ceramic, quartz or clay, so I need to make some quartz and clay in my soil centrifuge. What am I doing for research? Still not that much. I'm gonna need to eventually learn that and that. That first, because I can build that on this planet. Completed talking tungsten. Right. Can I do that through this? I'm pretty sure I can. Oops, that's the wrong one. This. Okay, so I clicked that. I don't know where it went. I guess silver. I don't actually know what I got for it either. Talking tungsten. Oh, it's only schematics anyway, so I've got the medium generator, which I don't need, and the floodlight? I don't think I've ever used the floodlight either. Retooling, again, not going to do that pretty much. Pretty much not going to do that. Pretty much never going to do that. Print and install an oxygenator on a shuttle. Oh, I can solve that real quick. That's how you get the QTRTG. At least you get one. a field shelter, and a free solid fuel thruster. Interesting. Yeah, I can do that by doing this. Ta-da! Well, let's find out. Where does it deliver it? If I try to collect that now. Oh, I can't. Collected any landing pad. Alright, so I'd have to make a landing pad before I can collect that. That's fine. We'll get to that when we get to that. I'm tooling up to do that, but I can print a large printer in the meantime while we wait. So let's get a large printer printing. I need to I'm going to need to refill this with soil so I can print quartz. Accidentally knocked that down. One of those on there because I'm going to need it. Fill this up. Start the quartz. Alright. I'm also going to pause for a little bit because it has been 2 hours. I'm going to go and make myself a second coffee and, I don't know, probably take a toilet break, so on and so forth. When you come back, some things may have finished. The furnace, the soil centrifuge, and the printer. But other than that, I won't have done anything. So you can look at my boring pause screen. I need to actually make a better one of these days. But for now, yeah, I will be back shortly. Probably 5-ish minutes. And we're back. Yeah, so like I said, large printer finished, quartz finished. Why is there only 3 of them? Shouldn't there have been 4 of them? Oh well. Not ideal. Get a chemistry lab going. Ceramic, tungsten, glasses there. Landing pad. 1 aluminium, 2 ceramic. 2 ceramic. I'll have to go and get some aluminium. There it is. Grab a whole bunch of research bytes while I'm looking around, because there is a ton down here. Didn't see those other 3 up there. Oh wow, there's so many. No, let's not go crazy. I'm here for aluminium. Research bytes can wait. Don't know how many I need, we'll just grab a few. So while I was making my coffee, I was thinking about this QT RTG. So this new mini RTG. And I think it would behoove me to carry that around with me and take it from planet to planet until I'm developing HABs on a regular basis. Because then I've always got a tiny amount of power, even if it's only tiny. It means that the bases will produce, even in the dark with no wind, something. It won't be sitting idle like it is right now. So yeah, so minor amount of power that will do very, very little to help, but will do something to help, and henceforth is useful. You know, it's something. Although 1 unit of power, I don't know how much 1 unit of power is. I think even the research chamber draws more than 1 unit of power. So I don't know how that's going to work. We'll have to see. I don't know. But until I actually make the landing pad, I guess I can't find out. Let's put a beacon on something. I want to actually flatten this area enough to make space. Oh, I had space in my canisters, or I had soil in my canisters. Make a landing pad space. Doesn't have to be that big, but it should be big enough for a landing pad. So as efficiency goes, some people would say it's nicer to have more power and henceforth produce things faster, which is more efficient. I say the less resources you use, the more efficient you are. Time is the one resource in this game that is infinite. Like, there is no time limit to anything. So I don't see any point in making things go faster. But saving resources, that's always worthwhile. So I will always wait for something to happen rather than spend resources to make something happen faster. Now, if I do find in the debris, because there's always debris on all the planets, a medium power generator, because I have so few uses for organic, then I might waste the organic resource to make carbon to burn in a medium power generator. But I will never actually go out of my way to make a medium power generator and to fuel it. I will only do it if I find one for free, and I will use organic in it because organic is a virtually useless resource on most planets. You eventually do need it when you start into heavy iron steel production. You need a lot of steel, or there are other things that you need it for. Graphene, I think, is carbon, and anyway, you will eventually need a little bit more. But once again, you can just make it in the soil centrifuge, and soil is the most abundant resource in the game. So once again, worry about it when you get to soil, when you need to. And yeah. But I mean, like, look, I've got a stack there of 6 organic that I'm never going to use. So if I found a generator, I would use a generator. But only if I found one. I wouldn't go out of my way to make one. Yeah. There are times when, like, it's silent like this, when that seems like maybe it's not such a great idea. Maybe it would be a good idea to actually just have a generator. But, again, it's not necessary. It's literally just time. You're just waiting a little bit of time for the sun to come back up again, for the wind to start blowing. It's not necessary. Oh, there's a lot of... what's this face there? That's kind of useful. Ammonia. It's nice when you can find an ammonia deposit on silver. It's not actually very useful here. Alright, now I need to update because I found a second small solar. So I need to update my spreadsheet to say, hey look, I found a second one of those. I could. I'm going past, why not? Might even go and have a look at those two in a minute too. Or this one. Can't actually tell if this one is power or... It's also power. Yeah, so some of them are an amount of power and some of them are just... They need power for a certain amount of time. So it doesn't matter how much power, so long as they're getting power continuously for a certain amount of time, and for others they need a certain amount of power, so you might need to take more things over to them. Alright, yeah, well it's night, so there's no point taking it over there now because it's night. Alright, let's go see if there's any more debris within the immediate vicinity where I might find something good. Like a medium solar or a medium wind, which, you know, might happen. There's the spherolite that I was talking about. You can find on this planet as well, but up in the hills. Don't see any more debris nearby. I could go for a wander, but I'm not going to. Alright, I should have enough research points for a medium. I do. Right. So one more aluminium, one more ceramic. Again, that'll be chewing through the power. I'm busy printing 2 things, researching something, and trying to run the furnace. Everything's going to go real slow on the limited amount of power that I have. A little bit better now that I've got 2 small solars. Okay, so one small solar produces 1 US. So if the QTRTG produces 1 US, that's the equivalent of 1 small solar that isn't dependent on the sun. So that's good. That's a good level. Gonna want medium solar panel will be the next thing I want to learn. I'm not sure how long YouTube's live stream recordings are. I think it's 4 hours, so if you go over 4 hours you start losing stuff. Does YouTube record live streams? Up to 12 hours. Okay. Alright, well that's fine. So I don't have to worry too much about how long I stream for. I don't normally stream this long, but I'm kind of into Astroneer. Like, I was looking for something to play. I've been playing a lot of Raft again recently as well. That's one of the reasons why I thought this update was actually an April Fool's update, because Raft did an April Fool's update. So yeah, that was my bad. I could have been playing this new content for a couple of days now, and I haven't been. Yeah. Raft is also a good game, and I hadn't played it in a long time, and there's been a lot of updates since I last played it, so I was looking at some of the new content. I would like to do a Let's Play of that too. But yeah, I haven't done it yet. It'll be a while before I do. I'm supposed to be doing Let's Plays of TerraTech as well. And I do want to do a Let's Plays of TerraTech, but now there's this new Astroneers one too. I've got so many Let's Plays that I never finish, like for games that actually have ends, and I never get to the end. Like, this game has essentially an end. You can get to a certain point where there's literally nothing else to do in the game, or no other major thing to do in the game. There are other things to do, but they're not major, they're not important. TerraTech, yeah, you can get to sort of an end point where you've unlocked everything and maxed all your levels out, and I never do that. I never finished my Far Cry 5. I mean, that has an actual ending. That's a story-driven game with an ending. I never finished that one. I don't even know what other Let's Plays I've got. I've got other Let's Plays. Let's have a look at my playlists and see what they are. I don't look at my own channel much. I normally just drop in, check the analytics to see how things are going, and then that's it. Oh, Grounded? I've got nowhere in Grounded. There's 7 videos in Grounded already. I've got 25 videos in Phasmophobia playlist, but that's, you know, that doesn't really have an end. That's just when I feel like playing Phasmophobia. Hitman 3, I only did a few videos in that. Starbound, I only did 3 videos in that. Cyberpunk just had another big patch recently. That's pretty good. Monster Hunter World. I've got a character that's finally into Monster Hunter World, Iceborne. Terraria. I've never had a really good selection on Terraria. I started a new Terraria character just recently. Yeah, so many things. I want to do a Stardew Valley as well. But I'm not one of those people that plays one game until I'm finished. I play one game until I'm bored. Sometimes that's a week, sometimes it's months, sometimes it's years. Often it's like a fortnight, as sort of an average. Pretty sad, I know, but hey, that's just me. Alright, let's see what happens if I've got something on the landing pad and I want to collect this. Okay, that's fine, it still lands there. Get a free solid fuel thruster. I don't need that. Field shelter, space base. Shelters provide a save point power and oxygen. I've never used these. I don't know how they work, what they're for. Can that fit on my backpack? It can. Oh, wow. Alright, so this will provide a constant 1U. What about this? I've never used these. I don't know how they work. What are they for? Can you plug them into things? Probably not. I'm going to deploy it and see what it is. It's got plugs. Produces 0.5. Well, 0.5 is not nothing. And it's got an oxygenator and it's got a slot. I don't know what I could put in that slot, but oh well. It's got a slot. Wow. Yeah. We are pretty much done with this planet. couple of little things that I could do. I could build more storage platforms, but I'm not going to bother right now. I can build... I do need one more medium storage to fill up with wolframite to take back with me. I need to gather enough research points to learn medium solar panel, and I need to gather enough wolframite to take back with me. So there was some wolframite right here. Ooh, that's going to hurt. Oh no, alright. Didn't hurt as much as I thought it would. Alright. We'll make some tethers. That's up, so let's... it's not really steep enough. Still probably not steep enough, but should be close. Right. Fall just because I can't see with it in the way. Got room for one more. And again, this is a moon. I could definitely get to the center of the planet very, very quickly. And the gateway is just over there. I could pretty much do this one early if I wanted to, but I don't need to. Like, there's no real use to having the gateway for this planet unlocked this early. It doesn't help much. Slotted, yep. So I got one more space on there. There was a research thing sitting around here somewhere. There it is. Put that in there. Go and get more wolframite. Oh, that one's going to hurt again as well. Crunch. Because I'm going to need one more than I've got space for, I'm going to go and take one of these back and then come back down and finish filling up my backpack. And then we can leave, because that is everything I need to do on this planet. At this early stage of the game, anyway. I might come back later, but I probably won't, because you can get wolframite elsewhere and there's no gases on DeSolo. So I won't come back until I'm doing the gateway engine. And I won't do that until I've been to Atrox and set up everything I need to set up on Atrox. Is it called Atrox? Or am I confusing that with the League of Legends character? I might be confusing that with the League of Legends character. I can't play Atrox. Not that I can't play Atrox, I've never tried to play Atrox. I don't know. I know what his moveset does, I've never actually attempted to use it. Alright, I've got space for two more. I've got these floaty ones that won't go away. That sometimes annoyingly happens, but I'm not getting any more. Oh no, I am still getting some indications of more hidden in the ceiling. Doesn't have to be pretty, it just has to do the job. Oh dear, that's my ramp. I don't actually want to get rid of that. Yeah, I think this is a fake. Indications of extra wolframite. I think we're out of wolframite. There's just these floating bits, and I don't really need them, so, or well, I can't get them. So I will collect my tethers and go look for some more wolframite elsewhere. I'll also fix my ramp because I'm pretty sure I just messed that up somehow. Oh no. I dug into the side of it, but I didn't actually... Oh, yes I did. There we go. Cool. That'll work. Alright, let's see if there's any more on this level. Otherwise we might skip down another level. No, I don't see any there. There's some. Alright, we'll go from here over, because that'll be shorter distance, I think. Maybe. Could be wrong. Alright, room for one more. No, not one more, because my tethers are apparently there. Why are my tethers there? There shouldn't be a tether there. Whoops. Yep. A full backpack, one full resource thingy. Now, medium solar panels, good to learn. I think aluminium alloy. What is aluminium alloy made of? I think it's copper and aluminium, which means I should be able to make it. So it might be worth sticking around on this planet to get enough resource bytes to learn those two things before I return, so that I can upgrade to a larger shuttle. So I'm going to learn the medium power first, because I do want that. That is a necessary addition. Because when I go to Caldor, I'm going to want medium power, not small power. This way? This way. So I might be hanging around doing very little, simply because I would like to research a few more things. So I might progress the gateway engine, just because. Like I can at least go to the center of the planet. Damn it. Oh well. Okay, so this needs to be loaded into the shuttle for the return trip. What is wrong with you? There we are. Put that in there. Let's leave this on the landing pad so I know I've got to pick it up before I leave. I could leave one of these behind and take that spare thing with me. I will, because it's given me that, so I'm going to take that with me because that's just useful. Oh, and I want to take that with me as well. Alright. Need enough bytes to learn the next shuttle before I leave. That costs 3,750 bytes. That's a lot. That's going to take me a while. So, let's look into unlocking this gate. Cough, cough. Alright. I'm going to need a platform. At the very least for that one medium wind turbine. I'm going to need to get to the center of the planet. Let's head towards the center of the planet. do have tethers on me. Good. Journey to the center of the planet. Very easy on the moons because it's not very far. The main thing you have to do is every now and again check that your rate of descent hasn't become too shallow because of the curvature of the planet. What the hell is that? Alignment mod. Oh yeah, I never use those either. Let's get this out of the way. One of the chess pieces, never used those either. Interesting, but not useful. I could wander around on this level looking for research components, research samples, but I'm not going to. Right now, I'm on a mission to the center of the planet. Let's do that first, and we'll worry about research samples later. Now I'm out of tethers. I need to go back up and grab some compound. Unless I can see some here. Locally, immediately, no. About here, I thought there was some here somewhere. Oh no, maybe not. Might be thinking of a different planet. Right, back to the surface, grab a compound. It is my last compound, wow. I've got a full soil centrifuge. Let's make some compound. Let's head to the gateway. So we didn't get to the center of the planet yet, but that's because I was waiting for this to be made, but that's now been made. So now we can start over here. Let's go this side. Here we go. Cool. Sometimes, depending on the angle of the sun, you might want more or less of these. But I think we should be alright here because of the sun angles. Kind of good. It's not too bad. Alright, then we'll go and get some of the power things that I have. Namely, all the power things that I have. And see if it's enough. I don't know if it'll be enough. I'll take the battery as well. Might need the battery. So what you want to do is you actually want to disconnect so that the battery can be charged, and then when the sun comes up, this might actually be enough. Yeah, that's enough, because this is the first, well, the second planet. Silver's even weaker, but yeah, so the wind energy, the RTG and the battery is enough power production to actually... Oh no, it's not. Ah, boo. So it's only going to be enough if it's when the wind is blowing? Really? That's disappointing. Alright, so we wait for the wind to blow and keep the battery charged until it is. There's the wind blowing, and now apparently that'll be enough. Weird. But oh well, you get that. And now we just have to get lucky and hope that the wind blows for long enough to finish. So in the late stages of the game, I will actually just go to every planet with enough RTGs. Oh, didn't get there. Alright, so disconnect it again to let the battery charge. I'm surprised that the sun isn't enough to assist. The wind might never blow for long enough. This could be problematic. And the two small solars is not enough. That's also disappointing, to say the least. Maybe I'll get lucky. Maybe there'll be a medium solar right over this hill. Stranger things have happened. Don't see any debris nearby. No. Disappointing. Yeah, I'm surprised the solar isn't enough to actually tip it. So two small solars in the one RTG and the battery is only enough to get it halfway. That's really sad. Yeah. So basically I have to wait and hope that the wind blows for long enough, otherwise this is never going to work. And now, of course, the wind is blowing and I'm missing it. Take nabbit, Quivz, you should have been here. And now the wind stopped. Definitely wasn't long enough that time either. Just to recharge myself. Make sure I've got full charge. Yeah, I really would have thought that's one. That's one, so that's 3 total. Plus the battery can produce 1 at a time. So 4? What does that produce? Oh, it produces 5, so 6. 6.5 with just the wind power alone. I don't know what the requirement is. That is one place where you can use the wiki. The wiki actually will tell you the power requirements of each gateway. But I'm not going to do that. We're just going to, once again, wait for the wind to blow and hope that it blows for long enough. If not, I have no idea what I'm going to do. I could wander around and just spend ages looking for more debris and maybe get lucky and get another medium. I don't want to build another one. Hopefully get lucky and get a medium solar is what I would have to hope for. Ah, so close. So close. So close. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be that lucky. I think I'm going to need a medium solar. I think the only way that's going to happen is if I get lucky and find one in debris. Because there is no malachite on this planet, so I could go all the way back. It really depends. If I reach my research goals before I manage to get this gateway activated, I'm going to leave anyway. But, you know, for now, it's a possibility that I will stick around long enough. What is that? I think that's spherolite. I can go into the Astropedia. Spherolite. I was right. It is spherolite. So I could go and find some spherolite. Oh, I thought the wind was about to start blowing then. Looked like it was about to start blowing. Yeah, so this is not going to actually work out the way I had hoped. Apparently I've got more stuff to collect at the landing pad. Maybe one of them will be medium solar. Forward progress. Place a shelter, place a landing pad. Get a free buggy, a rover seat, and a thing. Do I want to collect them here, or do I want to have them on Calidor? Might be worth saving them until I get to Calidor. I could use it here and go looking for debris and try and find a medium solar. But no, I think I'm going to leave that and save it for Calidor. So the wind is currently blowing, but that's going to run out before I even get back, more than likely. Yep, like I said. Let's go see that. I don't think I haven't checked that one already. I'm pretty sure that was where I got the second small. Yeah. Definitely been here. So those geysers are still in the game, even though they haven't got them to do anything yet. At the moment, they're a bit of a hazard. If you jump on them, they'll launch you up high enough for you to fall far enough to take damage. I think they actually cause direct damage as well, I'm not sure. But yeah, other than that, they don't serve any major purpose at the moment. Just run around a bit, collect a few more of these. Maybe get lucky and find that debris. The medium solar would probably solve all my issues. Alright, so I'm very close to out of oxygen. I better start heading home. Didn't find one yet. We'll try that direction. And again, yeah, when I get to the late game, I just have hundreds of RTGs. I say hundreds, probably like 30, 40 RTGs scattered around planets, depending on the requirements of their gate. So some planets will have like 15, 16 RTGs on them. Might grab the one spherolite from here, so I can open that exodynamics research thing. That'll do. No debris. Yeah, some clay. Don't see that very often. It's another rare resource. It's one of the common resources, easy to get using the centrifuge. It's not too rare, but it's rarer than you'd think it'd be considering how much of it you use. Alright, something tells me I'm going to finish researching the medium shuttle. What is aluminium alloy? Aluminium and copper, I was right. So I can't do it on this planet because there's no copper. So yeah, there's the other kind of these pods, is the ones that absorb resources. So in this case, spherolite. It absorbs the whole thing and pops open. Still not quite there yet, but I bet you if I go underground, all those other ones have respawned. The wind is blowing. I could try... No, wind just stopped blowing. Yeah, kind of disappointing. If the wind would just blow for just that little bit longer than it normally does. And see, it drains the battery even though it's not enough power to actually... It's a damn shame. Well, I'm going to leave that plugged in. I'm going to go underground and do a run collecting all the research samples. See if I get enough to learn the next level of shuttle, and if I do, then I'm going to have to ferry all the power materials back here. I haven't updated my spreadsheet in a little bit. I'm going to have to update my spreadsheet, make sure that I've properly registered everything that's on DeSolo. I said I wasn't going to do these, but... Could, by using these last tethers, make one extra space on my backpack for the return trip. And that's kind of worth it. Can take one more wolframite with me. But yeah, DeSolo is one of the first places where suddenly your research bits go crazy. You get a lot of research done because there's just so much of it so readily and easily available. Like, it's so easy to find. Glacio? Or is it Novus? One of those later as well. Like, you'll end up building 3 or 4 research chambers because the amount of research items that you find, like the big ones, is unbelievable. It's just crazy. There's so many of them. So you'll end up building a lot of research chambers and using them because of how much research you can produce on that planet. Using nothing but a little bit of power. Alright. That was more than enough to learn medium shuttle and still have lots of research left over. Like nearly 2 grand left over, 1 and 3/4. 1 and 3/4 K, 1.75K, however you want to work it out. So yeah, so I will go and collect all those power things that I left over there. I bet you it didn't manage to get it charged in time. No, it didn't. Oh, the wind's blowing now. We'll give it one last go. Because Murphy's Law says it should happen this time, right as I'm about to leave. But no, the wind's run out already. So no, it's not going to happen. We'll give up on it happening, and we'll take the power stuff back to where it should be. And we'll come back and do this later. When it's more important for me to do it, because it's not important for me to do it right now. It's just not a necessary thing. Right, that goes there. Let's put these two here. That can go somewhere. I don't know. What about there? That'll work. Battery should be plugged into something. Let's plug it into the top of that. That should work. It's all connected up. Yep. So I want to take that with me. I want to take this with me. I want to take as much of this with me as I can. Room for one more. And homeward bound. Managed to drink my coffee while still warm this time. That's pretty rare for me. Alright. Oh no, there it is. It's right here. Cool. So let's land. Alright. Yeah, drop off all of this. Let's plug this in for the time being. Try to remember to take it with me when I leave. Drop this in a hole somewhere. Oh, there, that'll do. Won't need that until I've got a scrapper, which will be a while. Oh, I don't need that. Well, I do, but not on this ship. There's no scrapper that can scrap ships. I think you need that. Would be nice. Because I always end up with these 3 ships. I'm going to drop this one in this hole for now. With 2 unnecessary ships. As you build up to the large shuttle. Right. So, medium shuttle. That's what we're going to need. We're going to need 2 ceramic for that. So let's start smelting some ceramic. Two ceramic and what? And an aluminium probably? Aluminium alloy, right. So I'm going to need a copper for that. I saw a copper, didn't I? There's one. Going to need a wolframite. I'm going to need another ceramic and another glass. Because I'm going to need to make a chemistry lab to make the aluminium alloy, which means I'm going to need a platform to put that on, so I'm going to need this as well. Could go up into these hills and try and find some more copper. I'm going to need 1, 2, 1. Just going to need 1, really. So there was some right here. There might not be enough left to get another one, but let's find out. I think I just need 1. I'll come back if I need more, but I think I just need 1. And I'll need another glass after that for that. Let's see, so that's copper, that's refined, that's good. That is a ceramic, that's good. Let's put that there. Yeah, could do with more power on this world already as well, but oh well, we don't have it. And again, it's just a matter of time. It's a waiting thing. It doesn't, it's just time. Time is not that important in the scheme of things for this game. I'd rather wait longer than try to than waste resources trying to improve the speed of things. Again, you can go around and look at all the different debris. Maybe you get lucky and find more power resources. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. I don't know whether I've looked at this one. It looks like I have. Yeah, there wasn't anything good here. Or if there was, I've already collected it. But yeah, it's not that grindy. It's not as grindy, as slow and grindy as most other survival crafting games. It might be worse in multiplayer because you've got more people doing things and henceforth chewing the power to actually supply their suits. But yeah, mostly it's alright. And yeah, so I've got a buggy and something else waiting for me. Let's have a look at what else we can do mission-wise. Create rubber or plastic. I could absolutely create rubber for the bonus bites. Should do that. Oh. Yeah, so I will admit that these new missions do totally show you how to progress through the game. By trying to achieve these missions, you will get through the game and get it. Like it says, power the gate, which makes it like, oh, okay, I've got to connect power to this gateway, and that will help you. I didn't know to do that without looking it up in a wiki the first time I played the game. I do now, but I didn't when I first started, because I didn't know. It wasn't immediately inherently obvious. It was kind of obvious, and I probably should have worked it out for myself, but I didn't. Where did that come from? Oh, for crying out loud. No. And it's a small one, so it doesn't even take the carbon. Oh well. Now, there was one other thing I just realised I forgot to do. That would have been pretty funny. I would have been looking for wolframite later going, why don't I have any wolframite? What happened to all the wolframite? It's because the wolframite is here. Put that back there with other things that are going to the next planet. Going to want a medium of that as well, which means I'm going to want yet another ceramic and yet another glass. Another one of those goes there. What was that for? Oh. Yep, getting closer. I'm going to want another aluminium and another, I think, ceramic. Because I'm going to have to make another oxygenator anyway. Let's go get some aluminium. These are piddly and almost inconsequential compared to the ones I find on other planets now, but waste not, want not. Grab them while you're going past. A couple of bits of aluminium, because I'm going to need 2. 1 for the oxygenator and 1 to take with me to build a soil centrifuge. Actually, I'll be able to build the soil centrifuge and take it with me because I'll now have 2 medium slots on the shuttle. 3 medium slots on the shuttle instead of 2. 1. So yeah, definitely want that. Might as well refill my soil while I'm here too. Damn it. Oh, it's ceramic and aluminium, not ceramic and glass these days. I forgot about that. Alright, so I will need more than 1 aluminium. Still working off the old version. Means we've got a spare bit of glass lying around now that I don't need. I'm going to need another ceramic, so do that as well. Got over 3,000 bytes again. Wow. Don't know what the next thing I'm going to be unlocking is, really. Probably that. And I won't need that until I get to a planet that has iron. Oh, maybe these? Aluminium alloy, glass and copper. I can do that now. That'll be better when I actually get to a planet that produces copper. Aluminium alloy, glass and ceramic. Yeah, again, I'm running low on copper. There's only a few more up in that hill and I really want to kind of save it. What is the first planet where you get copper? Malachite. Calidor. Oh, in fact, the next planet I go to. So yeah, we might learn that on Calidor and produce them on Calidor. We'll see. What did I need this for? Oh yes, oxygenator. Aluminium alloy. There it is. What was rubber? Rubber was plastic and carbon? Resin and carbon? Or resin and organic, possibly? We'll have a look at that one in a minute. They cost 4,000 bytes and 3,500 bytes. I'm nearly there for the large wind turbine. Right, is there anything else I need to print on here? Medium printer. It is nice to take one of those with you, so I will. Let's make a rubber, organic and resin. Just because it wants me to, not because I need it in any way, shape or form. Yeah. So I'll save that for Calidor. I might not need it on Calidor, but I'll drop it on Calidor. I won't even bother dropping it on Calidor. I'll save that until I really need a buggy, and then I'll drop it on the planet that I need it on. I could do these quickly, because a boost mod is pretty easy and a drill mod isn't too hard either, and it'd give me a free soil centrifuge. It's a waste of bytes. It's going to give me some bytes, but it's a waste of bytes. Yeah, so that just gives me some bonus bytes, so we'll grab that. Same as that, I'm never going to do it. I don't use tractors or trailers. I've gotten to the point where I could do automation, and I found that I didn't need any sort of automation, so there wasn't any point. I'm going to do that soon. Not quite yet. Got a while before I go to Visenya, because I've still got to go to Calidor first. Item, another QTRTG. Okay, that might be worth doing just because of that. And it is only asking me to unlock them. I'm going to do that because it gives me a QTRTG. And there doesn't appear to be any other way to get a QTRTG. $3,700. Dagnabbit. Alright, so that's a really expensive thing, but for another one of those, it's worth it. I don't know if I can fit both of those with all the other things I need to carry. I guess we'll find out. I was going to say, there was another beacon here somewhere, wasn't there? Yep, so we'll take that with us. So I don't know what this is going to be. Probably more compound. We'll print some more compound for now. Don't know if it's compound that I'm really going to need, but we'll print it for now. Wait, what was I doing another aluminium for? I've already forgotten. Oh, yes. And I shouldn't have done compound, I should have done resin. I'm going to need resin immediately, whereas compound I'm a little way away from actually needing more of. You idiot. Where did I leave my canisters? Oh, there they are. Just wasted some soil. Hardly matters. Hardly matters. It is annoying when, like, this... I sort of always make this quarry around my way down, but it is annoying when you sort of run out of this area and have to start actually moving away and quarrying elsewhere. But, I mean, it is just, you literally just dig in soil. You can do it anywhere on the planet and it'll still work. $37.50, I'm a little way away from that. We might go down and collect some research points. Bits. So that I can get closer. Get that second QT RTG to take with me. Calidor, which will be handy. There it is. Yeah, so I'm pretty much just going to take those to every planet and then bring them home every time. Because they will provide much needed bonus to the power producing abilities. Of new planets when you visit new planets. And I mean, they're increasing the power generation here as well, so they're actually speeding up production. Once again, come back to the primary point. It's only time. Time is the infinite resource in this game. Every other resource is limited, but there are no time limits in Astroneer. It is, if you ask me, one of the best things about this game. You're never that pressured. I don't think I'd like it much if you were. I mean, some games are made to be hard, some games aren't. This one is not. This one is made to be nice and chill and relaxing. Right, so now I will make large platform to take with as well. And I've still got another slot after that. I don't know what I'm going to put in that second slot. Solo, Wolframite, Spherolite, Malachite, Wolframite. So I don't need to take a chemistry lab with me because there's going to be a chemistry lab there. Take a second platform. Probably take a second platform. Let's just see how we go. We've got a medium solar, got a medium wind, got an oxygenator, got a medium printer. Need the beacon. Need 2 RTGs. That is everything I can carry. Got a solar centrifuge and 2 platforms. We should be fine. That should be everything. That should work. Yeah, I've been too all over the place with games recently as well. I also just bought a whole bunch of new expansion packs for The Sims 4. I don't even know why I did it. It's not like they were on special or anything. I bought a whole bunch of all the expansion packs for Jurassic World Evolution. I'm a big fan of that game. The original Jurassic Park, whatever it was called and whoever it was made by, this Jurassic World Evolution by Frontier Developments, one of my favorite companies, is an excellent remake. It's not perfect, but it's excellent. It is really, really good. And I didn't have any of the expansion packs, and they were in special because Frontier's having a sale on Steam. So I bought all the expansion packs. I don't buy the dinosaur packs. I'm not so interested in having different dinosaurs. I'm interested in the challenges the game presents you with. But yeah, the original Jurassic Park Operation Genesis, I think it was called, was great. Was a really, really excellent game. And Frontier has, if nothing, done a brilliant homage to the original. I mean, they should do, because they have a pedigree of Roller Coaster Tycoon, I believe, was them. And they currently make Planet Coaster and Planet Zoo. Yeah, one of my favourite companies, David Braben's, I guess, company. He established it. David Braben, famous for the Elite series. Elite Dangerous is the current version. Elite Frontiers was, I believe, the third Elite, and was one of the first times I ever saw a super buggy game released, that it was super buggy, and it was in the very early days of the internet, so it was almost impossible to actually get patches, although patches did exist. But he named his company after Frontiers because it was good. It was still good. It was an excellent addition to the Elite series. And I'm a big fan of David Braben's work. I thought Elite was brilliant when I played the first one way back on the Nintendo Entertainment System. I didn't even play it on a PC or a Commodore 64 or any of the other platforms it was available on. I played it late on the NES and thought it was absolutely fantastic. And it got me into those space trade sim games like Privateer, and there was a Microsoft one. Was the Microsoft one Privateer? Anyway, excellent games, lots and lots of fun, and I owe Braben for the whole genre, to be honest. We all owe Braben for the whole genre. Yeah, if you never played them, I would recommend looking into them, actually. If you sort of want to know what it's like, Rebel Galaxy Outlaw is a cheap alternative that is very quick. It doesn't have the depth or nuance that a full-fledged version like Elite does, but it gives you the idea, and I believe that's a very cheap game. So not to take anything away from Frontier Developments, Frontier, whatever the company's called again. Their game is better, it's excellent, and it has more depth and scope, and is soon to have even more, there's a nice one, landing spot, is soon to have even more depth and scope, because Odyssey has just entered alpha testing phase. So it's going to be even more cool. But there are other games out there that are like it, and the other one that I would highly recommend is Rebel Galaxy Outlaw for its simplicity. It is like the arcade version of Elite, if you would. It's fun. It does a lot of the same things. It still has the trading from station to station, and it still has the same sort of combat. It just doesn't have the depth. But if you've never played one and you want to know if you like it, Rebel Galaxy Outlaws is a good one to get into, so you can go, yeah, I kind of like this genre of game. I wish it had even more depth. Well, then you move on to things like Elite Dangerous. And then if you want to go to the ultimate level, you move on to games X. So there's X Rebirth and X Foundations and X whatever. I think X4 is what we're currently up to. Let me bring up my Steam library. I own all of them. So X Rebirth was kind of an arcadey version And then X4 Foundations is the fourth X. Now, when it comes to buggy games, no game is ever as buggy at release as X games. They are atrocious at release. They are absolutely horrible at release. And you put up with it because it's an X game, and X games are that good. So where Elite has an extreme amount of depth and you're one pilot in one ship, X lets you do the same thing, but lets you build fleets. Like massive fleets of hundreds of ships that you own and other pilots that you hire and get to control and run your ships. And you will pick a mission, and instead of going and doing that combat mission, you will just send wingmen to do that mission because you're too busy maintaining your empire. So X goes another tier. The amount of difference that there is between Rebel Galaxy Outlaw and Elite Dangerous, X goes that much further beyond Elite Dangerous into the same concept, and does so by making fleets rather than just a single ship. Great games, lots of fun. All of that came from the fact that I was talking about Frontier Developments, who make Jurassic World Evolution, which I bought a whole bunch of expansions to that I haven't even played yet. So I will eventually be having a look at that, but I don't know when. It's also one of those things where I don't mind giving that company money for things that I might never even play, because I trust them. Brabham has yet to let me down. I will admit Planet Coaster and Planet Zoo, they're a bit of a microtransaction hell. There's a few too many expansions that cost cash, if you ask me. But I don't begrudge them that, because you have to make money somehow. And Elite, which is what I would say must be their primary product, that's the thing that I would imagine that they spend all their money and development time on. Has, you know, one expansion that, okay, that DLC cost money when it first came out, and then after 2 years it became free. And now Odyssey will cost money when it comes out, and I bet you in a couple of years Odyssey will be free. Another comparison, maybe you've heard of Star Citizen. Elite does everything that Star Citizen claims that you will be able to do. It didn't at release. Everyone was like, oh, Elite only does this. You can't even go down to planets. Well, okay, it took a year, but then you could go down to planets, and then people were like, oh, in Star Citizen you can walk around in first person. And, well, Elite currently is in the alpha where you can walk around in first person and have FPS shooter style gameplay as well as space combat gameplay. And Elite, you can also have fleets. You can have a carrier. I don't exactly know how you transfer to the carrier. I know you can have multiplayer. You can have other people on board your ship in a wingman slot, in a gunner slot, or, you know, manning different parts of your big ship. I don't think you can have fleets like AI controlled fleets yet, but I think your carrier you can tell your carrier, right, I want you to go there and dock there, and it'll go there, and it'll go into orbit around a planet, or dock at a station, or, well, it can't dock at a station because it's a carrier, it's too big, it's bigger than the station. But everything that Star Citizen had that it could hold above Elite Dangerous, when Elite Dangerous came out and go, Elite doesn't have this, well, it now has it. So I would still say Star Citizen looks like it has the better graphics, but considering Star Citizen's development, the fact that it appears to have gone nowhere in forever, I did not buy in. I was way too smart to buy into that. I could tell that was going to be vaporware. It was never going to get anywhere. Lots of people have spent large amounts of real-world money on Star Citizen, and it probably won't happen. I think Bethesda will release their version soon, and it'll be better than Star Citizen, in the same way that Elite Dangerous is already better than Star Citizen because it exists and does everything Star Citizen wanted to do. Yeah, I don't know how you feel about Star Citizen, but personally I think it's a scam. It might not have started out as such, but it certainly became a scam. Alright. Here we are, set up on Calidor. Basically ready to go already. Alright, I need resin first. And then I'm going to need compound. And yeah, so actually it's Calidor that has the ridiculous amount of... Oh, these are new. Just new foliage that they didn't used to have. That has the ridiculous amount of surface research items, large research items. You get these pumpkin-looking things, and every now and again one of them is orange. There they are. These pumpkin-looking things, and there are so many of them scattered around the surface. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just in my visual range at the moment. So yeah, so Calidor is a place where you may want to set up large numbers of research chambers, just because there's so much research stuff available here. It's ridiculous. Crimson Ice, welcome to the stream. The extraordinary is what we do and not who we are. That's philosophically interesting. Is that in reference to anything I was saying, or is that just a generic statement? Could go either way. I don't know. I think it could go either way as well. I think who we are sometimes is extraordinary. A quote from Tomb Raider 2013. Is that the first of the new Tomb Raiders? Because that was really good. I actually really liked that. That was written... Tomb Raider... Just self-titled Tomb Raider was written by Rhianna Pratchett. Her father is my favorite author, and she wrote Tomb Raider 2013. I think it was Tomb Raider 2013, and she also wrote Mirror's Edge. I think both 1 and 2. I'm not sure if she wrote 2. I know she wrote 1, or is it the other way around and she wrote 2, not 1? But yeah, she's a good game writer. Her father is an excellent novelist. Famous for the Discworld series, if you're unaware, or possibly there's also Good Omens, which he co-authored with Neil Gaiman, who is also an excellent author. But Terry Pratchett is my favourite author. I've read every Discworld book at least twice, if not many, many, many more times. And I'm a bit of a fan of Rhianna Pratchett's work as well, because I thought that new Tomb Raider was amazing. Because her not being an absolute superhero, but actually being, especially at the beginning, terrified. She was in a situation that was out of her control, and the character was never comfortable throughout the entire game. She's just really uncomfortable. She's really unhappy. She's depressed. She's struggling to survive in a world that is set to kill her. Like, everything is trying to kill her. I thought it was extremely well written, extremely well acted, good set pieces. Tomb Raider is nothing without its puzzles. I thought the puzzles were really good. A lot of people said the second one wasn't very good. I didn't actually play Rise of the Tomb Raider. I played Tomb Raider and I played Shadow of the Tomb Raider. The one where she is now Lara Croft, as Lara Croft, the heroic Lara Croft, should be, but now has to learn that there are consequences to her actions. So in one, she's supposed to be, okay, you can do this. She's supposed to get through one and realize, yes, you can be the Tomb Raider. Two, she's supposed to sort of get confident and better at being the Tomb Raider. So she's in a situation she chose as opposed to a situation she's forced into. And then three is when she realizes there's consequences to raiding tombs, which is that you could supernaturally screw up an entire world. But yeah, that's, you know, depends on what you feel about the supernatural themes of Tomb Raider. I quite like it. But, you know, each to their own. But yeah, a lot of people don't know that it was written by Terry Pratchett's daughter. Alright, now I gotta go find aluminium. Actually, no I don't, because I'm only making a furnace. Don't need aluminium for a furnace. Is that? No. Okay, it's not really a level, it's just a air pocket. You don't get that many good game writers. It's not always hugely important. I'd like to commend the people that did Red Dead Redemption 2 as well, because that's an extremely touching tale, and they've managed to weave it into the existing lore and narrative seamlessly, if you ask me. Nothing that you do in Red Dead Redemption 2 messes with Red Dead Redemption 1, as far as I'm aware. And Arthur is a wonderful character that you get very, very attached to very, very quickly. Poor guy. I think they should also keep going backwards. I think that that Red Dead Redemption 3 should take place before Red Dead Redemption 2. There's a guy who, I forget his name, but at the very beginning of Red Dead Redemption 2, there's a dude who gets dragged in on a stretcher and dies. That's his contribution to the game. He is a dude who is dying right at the very beginning of the game. And I think him, or there's another guy who doesn't even make it that far. There's another guy who's already dead by the time you're wandering through the snow. I think they would be ideal characters to be the player character in Red Dead Redemption 3. In my opinion. I didn't play Red Dead Redemption 1, so I'm probably not the best person to talk. But Red Dead Redemption 2 is one of the best RPGs I've ever played, and it is an RPG. A lot of people would say it's not, but it is an action RPG in every way and shape you can imagine. But yeah, I think it would be really good to see RDR 3. They just continuously keep going backwards in time and taking you further back into the Wild West. But then again, who knows? Red Dead Redemption 2 Online is doing as good, if not better, than Grand Theft Auto Online. So there's that. They might not even make another one. They might go the... just make Red Dead Redemption 3 online and not even do a story. Could go either way. Don't think that would be the wisest thing to do, but I wouldn't blame them if they did. Where is my beacon? Oh, there it is. Now, why did I print this? I printed this for a reason. Oh, yes. I wanted some storage. Why isn't that printing? Oh. I need compound. I need... let's do the printer. Furnace. I'm trying to think what other cool games there are where someone's done some really, really excellent writing. I think Hitman's not bad. Again, I was not really into the story of Hitman before the new versions. The new versions are better, but I'm also not good enough to have finished all the new versions of Hitman, so I don't actually know the whole story. But the bits that I did watch were really good. Let's see, what else have I got that's got good story to it? Horizon Zero Dawn I thought was a good game, but I didn't get very far into it, so I don't know. Whoa, what is going on? Never heard it make that noise. That was something else. Do I not need another one? No, it must be two, oops. Horizon Zero Dawn was gorgeous, though. I didn't play that on PlayStation, which is probably a bit disappointing. It was always one of those ones that I wanted to get and never got around to getting. But when I did finally play it on PC, I thought it was excellent. I didn't get very far because there were just so many other games that came out at the same time. But I thought it was good. The Long Dark doesn't have a real story. I mean, it does, but it doesn't. That's excellent, though. I think that's a very good game. Very well written. Grand Theft Auto. Honestly, I think Grand Theft Auto 3, when we had the silent protagonist, was probably the best as far as actual stories go. Grand Theft Auto 5 has a good story broken up across 3 characters, but honestly, I got the most enjoyment out of seeing what Trevor was up to when you swapped back to him, whereas the rest of the game I didn't find that entertaining. It was okay, I just didn't think it was that good of a story. Whereas I thought 3's story was actually really good. And it wasn't that good, but it was really engaging at the time. Perhaps because there wasn't anything else very good out at the time either. Saints Row 2 comedic. I wouldn't call them good stories. What else has got a good story? Don't really have many story games. Oh, Far Cry 5. I thought Far Cry 5 was excellent. Far Cry New Dawn, not so much. Far Cry 5 was really good. That was my second Far Cry game as well. Once again, I had actually missed out on the series. The Crew, no, I haven't actually played The Crew. I haven't played Fallout 76, but Fallout games, Fallout 3 was excellent. Fallout 4 was very good, but I think Fallout 3 was better story-wise. Fallout 3 almost brought me to tears at the end when you had to sacrifice yourself and go into the... Spoiler alert, of course, but I mean, that's like a 10-year-old game now. But when you had to go into the chamber and sacrifice yourself to get the water started again... Was it the water? I think it was the water. Yeah, that was pretty full-on. I was also very annoyed because I actually got there with the super mutant as my companion at the time, and it's like, well, you're a super mutant, dude. Why don't you go in there? You're immune to this radiation. And of course you couldn't, and I believe it wasn't until the 3rd DLC where they made it that he could go in there and you'd get a slightly different ending where you don't die. But yeah, and was it Liam Neeson? was the voice in that one as well. That was just like, wow, Liam Neeson, really? But yeah, Fallout 3, I believe, was better than Fallout 4 from a story perspective. But Fallout 4 wasn't bad, it just wasn't as good. I did really like, what's his name? Is it Nick Valentine? Valentine, the robot detective. I thought he was an excellent, fun character in that world. Yeah, Bethesda does pretty good storytelling. Skyrim, I have nearly 1,000 hours in and I've never actually finished it, so I don't know how that story ends, but it's pretty good. If you take the whole Elder Scrolls series, it's excellent. So, I mean, the whole Elder Scrolls series, I haven't played Arena, which is the very, very first one, but I played Daggerfall, I've played Morrowind, I've played Oblivion, and I've played Skyrim. And if you sort of follow it all the way through, all the different things that happen, all the different emperors and kings and rulers of the areas Cyrodiil over the centuries and stuff, and all the things that happened with the Blades and, you know, the I can't remember what all the factions are called. The Thieves Guild, which was just the Thieves Guild before it became the whatever they're called now. Yeah, it's a pretty good story as well. Let's see, what else was there? I think Oblivion, story-wise, was probably kind of better. Yes and no. It had some cool bits and pieces. Story-driven stuff. I don't have that many story-driven games. Oh, okay, so my big controversial one is Mass Effect, because I have not played Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3. I have only played Mass Effect Andromeda, and I don't know what everyone's complaining about, because I thought Mass Effect Andromeda was a good game. So I cop a lot of flack because everyone's like, Mass Effect Andromeda was terrible. I'm like, no, it wasn't. It was an alright game. You just don't like it because it's not 1, 2, or 3. So from what I've heard, BioWare is making a Mass Effect, I assume will be Mass Effect 4, which is not in the Mass Effect Andromeda line, but actually a direct sequel to Mass Effect 3. And that will hopefully satisfy people, although all the original Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3 people are gone from the company, so I don't know how that's going to work. But I liked Mass Effect Andromeda. I thought it was good. It was a relatively unique story. It was fun. It made sense. And I kind of liked it. So I can't comment on 1, 2, and 3, but from what my understanding is, those are excellent stories. I thought Mass Effect Andromeda was a good story, and I thought it was a good game, and it was fun. I have played Dragon Age Origins. I have not played Dragon Age 2, and I have started Dragon Age Inquisition and put like 5 hours into it, and then realized I do not have the time to spend playing any more of this, and I've never gotten back to it. But Dragon Age Origins was great. Inquisition looked like it was good. I've heard 2 is bad. I haven't played Greedfall either. I've heard Greedfall is really good. Kingdoms of Amalur, some people are big fans. That's supposed to be good. It's supposed to be kind of unique, like there's not another story really quite like it out there. You really have to go to the RPGs for good storytelling. There aren't a lot of games that do good storytelling without being an RPG. Oh, there are. Half-Life. Half-Life's a good story. The first one is, when you look at it now in retrospect, not great, because it's meant to just be a first-person shooter. It was meant to just be another first-person shooter. They had no idea what they started when they made the first Half-Life. But they started something, and Half-Life all the bits and pieces, when you add it all up together now, is a pretty damn good story. It's interesting, all the things that happened. Oh, I've got a sneeze coming on, I think. What did I make this for? Oh yes, research chamber. So if I'm talking RPGs, what other good RPGs are there? It's pretty easy. Why don't I just Google RPG and see what comes up? And then comment on other RPGs. Dark Souls. I haven't played the Dark Souls games. Damn, what's the name of the company now? Namco Bandai, but it is made by From Software. The From Software games that I like are Tenchu. The Tenchu games were awesome. I've never actually played Dark Souls. The combat in Tenchu is very much the same though. It's just that there's less bosses. And the world is not as open, it's more level. I haven't played this Outriders or heard much about it. I don't know whether that's any good. Could be good. Cooperative role-playing third person. Okay. Part of Square Enix? Yeah, Square's been gone downhill since they became Square Enix, to be honest. It's been a while since we've had a really good Final Fantasy. I didn't get into 14. Didn't think it was very good, or 15. I think X was the last one I thought was really, really good. Let's see what else there is. Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk is a good story. It's up to you whether you like the game or not. The actual story, excellent in my opinion. It's a really good story. Final Fantasy VII was amazing. They're remaking it now and it's got new nuance that it didn't have before, but the actual original Final Fantasy VII story was excellent already. Pillars of Eternity, no, I never played that. Zelda, it's the same story over and over again. I think it is pretty good. It's not great, but it is pretty good. Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, you really have to play every character really, really far and a lot of the DLC to get an idea of what the overall overarching story is, but it takes place in the Star Wars universe and it doesn't really mess with canon to the best of my knowledge, so it is pretty good. Chrono Trigger's not a great story, it's an okay story. Yeah, no, it's a pretty good story. I haven't played Undertale. I've seen too many gameplay things on it and I know all the ins and outs already, so I can't really get invested. Yeah, that's probably one that I'm missing. The Outer Worlds wasn't bad. It was a bit more comedic than I would have liked, but I thought it was still pretty good. Diablo. Diablo's a good story if you take it all the way from 1 to now. I haven't played the mobile version. I don't know what the mobile thingy brings to it, but if you carry through Diablo from Diablo 1, 2 and 3 and now 4 with what they're bringing in 4, they're actually excellent stories. Nier, I never finished. Didn't even finish it the first time, and apparently I have to finish it like 3 times to actually get the concept. I was enjoying what I'd played so far, which wasn't very far, but I didn't enjoy the actual gameplay that much. But yeah, there's a lot of good RPGs out there. Yeah, I never finished Undertale. It looks really good. My niece is a big gamer and she has finished it all the different ways, which is spectacular because she's like 12. But hey, she beat the dragon in Minecraft at 8, so she's a bit of an overachiever when it comes to gaming. I probably should play Undertale. If the channel ever gets more popular, I will do a Let's Play of Undertale, I think. But yeah, there's a lot of good RPGs out there. Some of them are made by very small studios. Some of them are made by very big studios. I really don't know what's going to happen with BioWare, because BioWare were always excellent story writers. That was their thing. Like, everything that they did, the choices that they gave you were meaningful and felt big and important. But all of those guys that made those games no longer work for BioWare, thanks to Electronic Arts. And trying to force them to make Anthem, which they didn't even want to do. So yeah, all this corporate stuff, it's killing the games industry. It really is. It screwed up Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk could have been so much better, and all this corporate stuff kind of ruined it. It screwed up. Anthem had potential. It looked like it was going to be really good, and then apparently it was just not. I didn't even play it. I saw the reviews and was like, well, that's not even worth looking at now. What else is there? We've had a lot of big companies get screwed over by being publicly traded or becoming a subsidiary to something else. Square as well. Square Enix, Squaresoft and Enix made great RPGs back in the day. Final Fantasy, the whole series, there's not any really bad Final Fantasies. There's some average Final Fantasies. There's none of them that are really bad. There's no bad ones, not even slightly bad. They're all good to excellent. Enix made a bunch of games. Lufia was really good. I can't remember the other things that they made. Did they make Dragon Quest? I think Dragon Quest was Enix line. All the Dragon Quest games are really good. Square Enix did a bunch of really good stuff together. And then they've steadily been getting worse and worse and worse because they're being forced to make games for money rather than for the love of games. And that was the thing about both Squaresoft and Enix. The games that they made, it seems like they only made them in the first place because they liked making games. That's what they were into. They were really into making games, and now that's not what it looks like anymore. Now it looks like they're into making money, and that is just not what they were good at. And it shows in their current games. They don't have the love that they used to have, especially story-wise. Graphically and gameplay-wise, they're still right up there. I won't say that they're not graphically and gameplay-wise excellent. They are still really good from that perspective. They still break the mold occasionally and do new things, which is always to be commended. But yeah, the story's just not there anymore. I mean, Final Fantasy used to make you cry. Every Final Fantasy game had a point in it where you would be really, really mentally upset. Like you would... Even Chrono Trigger. You would just be like upset. There was a part of the game that would be, okay, we've taken you on an emotional roller coaster and now the worst thing imaginable has happened and you would be upset about it. And I don't know whether they do that anymore. They don't. It doesn't feel like they do it anymore. They're just not as good at it. Yeah, the big corporations need to have a sit down and a think, and people need to realize that the reason that the video games industry is worse more than the movie industry is because video games were telling better stories than the movie industry. They were interactive, they got people involved, and they got people invested. And if you ruin that by making it all about the dollars, that's where you will ruin the whole industry and we will have crap games for the next few generations. And I hope that's not what happens, because indie developers, at least we've got indies, and they are sort of changing things and it's not as bad. What was I doing? I need one of these, and I need a glass, and I need to go and find some wolframite. But yeah, like, some of the crap that's coming out of the AAA companies these days is just terrible. And microtransactions up the wazoo. I mean, I had a look at something to do with FIFA. So EA's FIFA, whichever FIFA is the current one, to make a dream team to get all the players in the loot boxes, you're looking at like tens of thousands of dollars. Would be the only way to actually do it. Riot, who make League of Legends. Now, League of Legends, okay, it's free to play, and their only way to make money is to sell you stuff. But they have prestige skins, which are supposed to be special limited edition skins, and if you look at them, they're not that prestigious. They're alright, but they're not that great. I had a look, and to get one of them via money was like over $1,000, or was several hundreds of hours. And the amount of hours that it took, like some players who actually did get the skin via the... You still have to pay $15 and then play for hundreds of hours. And the few players who did that, like paid the $15 and then played for the hundreds of hours to grind out that skin, didn't want to play League of Legends for months because they were so sick of it. So that's not how that should work either. That's terrible. You're definitely screwing up there too. But yeah, it seems to be the world we live in now. Like the big companies want to make their dollars, and so they want those microtransactions. And damn the actual gamer and the actual game designers and game writers who used to bring us brilliant, meaningful experiences. All of that is now gone for the sake of a buck. It's not cool. I really hope it goes away in the near future, but we'll see how long it takes. We're probably looking at a decade before the industry turns around, at best. And I think it'll be worse than that. I think it'll be a lot more than a decade. Eventually they will learn their lesson, and they will go, well, why aren't we making as much money as we were making? And it's like, well, it's because the games that you make are crap. They have no substance. They have no meaning. There's no emotional attachment. People aren't coming back for the sequels because they're not invested in the characters or the world. Oh, I made a printer instead of a damn tether. That's really disappointing. I don't know if you can find achievements in-game. I believe the only way to find the achievements are actually outside in the Steam profile. So on Steam, while you've got the game Astroneer selected, over on the right-hand side, you should have a bunch of achievements, and you can view my achievements to see all of them. But I don't think there's a way to do it in-game. Which is kind of annoying, because it'd be more useful in-game. Oh, what am I going to do with an extra little printer? I will just leave it here and eventually recycle it, I suppose. Yeah, I will waffle on about all sorts of crap. It's actually probably a good idea to change the topic, or I will wax lyrical about how the game industry is being ruined by the big companies for hours. Let's talk about something more pleasant. I forgot it was Easter. It was Good Friday, and I was wondering why there was fish everywhere and nobody was doing anything to do with red meat before I realized, oh yeah, it's Good Friday. No eggs this year. I blame COVID. Honestly, if it wasn't for COVID, I might have remembered that it was Easter. But because of COVID, I didn't even remember. Yeah. Because I don't think there's any way to do it in-game on the Xbox version. Once again, yeah, you'd have to look at the Xbox achievements page. But you could drop in and out of the game on Xbox these days, can't you? It's been a while since I've had an Xbox. I'm more of a PlayStation guy, although I haven't got a PS5 because they are impossible to get. But yes, I imagine that the only way to see the achievements is outside of the game on the Xbox dashboard. Yeah, they've still got the... You can drop out of a game, go to the dashboard, and go back in, I'm pretty sure. If I remember correctly, I've seen that. But yeah, it'll be somewhere on the dashboard, and there should be a way to find out what the achievements you haven't got yet are as well, and how to do some of them. Not all of them will actually tell you how to do them. You might have to actually go look up on a wiki how to do some achievements. But yeah, most of them should at least tell you which ones you have and which ones you don't have. The Xbox naming scheme is retarded. That's so dumb. The number of people who got Xbox One S's or X's for Christmas instead of a Series S or X, which weren't even available, but you know, they just made it really hard for grannies who really, really like to buy you really nice birthday and Christmas presents, and they made it an impenetrable naming conventions. I mean, Xbox 360, Xbox One, Xbox One X or One S, and now Xbox Series S or Series X. PlayStation's nice and simple. PlayStation, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5. It's really obvious which one comes next. Actually, going back to the thing I said I would stop talking about, and big studios, I have to hand it to Microsoft. They've actually been doing reasonably good recently. They've bought a lot of indie studios and done good by them, and they've released a lot of good games that are solid, and you know, there's nothing wrong with them and no reason to complain. They've bought other series and not ruined them. Like, Microsoft bought Minecraft and didn't ruin it. Like, if there was something that I really expected to happen, I expected Minecraft to get ruined by Microsoft, and they didn't. And Beyond. Alright, which one was And Beyond? I think I've got And Beyond. See, I've only got access to the PC achievements. I don't know if they're the same, but I think they are. Not sure. Well, I'll just Google it quickly. You have to do absolutely everything in the game to get the And Beyond achievement. So I assume you know about the gateways and how to unlock the gateways. You have to unlock all the gateways, and then when you've done that, you can get a second triptych from every gateway on every planet and take it to the special satellite around the sun. And then when you put every second one in the satellite around the sun, you get And Beyond. That is the very, very, very last thing that one can do in the game. Beyond that, you're really just entertaining yourself, so to speak. Although with these new missions, yeah, there's sort of more to do now, but again, that is the end game content, is once you've unlocked the gateway and done everything that there is to do at the gateway, all the different gateways, yeah, there's nothing really beyond that needs doing. Yes, I've never quite achieved that. I've gotten 6 planets, I think, is my best. And then I sort of stopped playing for a while, and then they released a new content, and I started playing again from the beginning of the game, and then never quite finished, and then they released new content, and I started playing again from the beginning of the game, and that is a pretty common thing for me. Pretty much every game that I've got hundreds of hours in and never finished, that's the reason. I will stop playing it for a while and then come back to it and start a new game because I can't remember how to play, or I can't remember where I was or what I was doing. And it's just easier to start again than it is to try and pick up where you left off. And Astroneer is no exception. I've never finished it. I've come close. But yeah, I've never actually done it. And yes, I do not have the And Beyond achievement. Yep, all the gateways. All 7 planets connected to the gateway, and then you have to go back to all 7 planets and pick up another triptych from every planet, which you can only do once you've unlocked all 7 planets. So you won't be able to get the second triptych until you've unlocked all 7 planets. And then when you revisit the gateway engine on all 7 planets, you can get another triptych, and then you take that to the mysterious satellite, or whatever it's called, and you, yes, finish the game, so to speak. It's not like they don't put enough in their game for you to do. That's one good thing about Astroneer, is that there's more than enough game to be getting on with. Despite its simplicity, it's not quick. I'm in my in my 5th hour. I've been streaming for 4 hours and 15 minutes. And I have done 2 planets. So yeah, it's a good 20 hours probably to do everything, I would say. Maybe more. I don't know. I don't think so. I think most of the achievements are locked in creative mode. I've never actually played Astroneer in creative mode, so I can't comment 100% because I just don't know. But in most games, achievements of that nature and that level of difficulty normally cannot be completed in creative. I did discover I was wrong about Terraria. You can't complete those achievements in creative, but you can in journey mode, and journey mode is like easy mode. It's almost as easy as creative. Well, you should try and get the And Beyond achievement. It is like the ultimate game achievement. I mean, some people are all about that gamer score and getting all those achievements, but even if you're not, that's the point of Astroneer, is to get that far and get everything. Unlock every planet, unlock the gateway, all the gateways, and then unlock the gateway engine to its maximum. What everyone is actually hoping for is that with the next expansion, there will be a proper expansion, maybe even a paid DLC, and there will be further solar systems. So you will actually go on to a whole new solar system, but we'll see. Don't know what they'll actually do, but that'd be pretty cool. Another solar system would be epic. Right, I actually came all this way down because I was looking for more wolframite. I found more copper, but not more wolframite. I think I did see some in one of the previous chambers, but that's alright. Yeah, there's some over there. So we should be able to make a chemistry lab soon. I think this is the Versinia one, the purple one that I'm wearing. And I love the Halloween mask. I was really happy when I got that, because the cool pumpkin head is just awesome. It is nice that most of the cosmetics are just unlocks in-game. Oh no, don't fall. That could have been really bad. Whew. It is nice that most of the unlocks are just... the cosmetics are just unlocks in-game and you don't have to pay for them. But there are some good pay for skins as well, I will admit. Alright, now I've got to find some wolframite at this level. There should be a lot. Around here, nearby. Is that a bunch of wolframite over there in that wall? It looks like it is. So, just grab a couple. Alright. Yeah, I haven't seen all of the cosmetics. I haven't bothered to go through all of them. I know there's a lot of good ones. And most of the good ones are either seasonal unlocks, so like this Halloween one is awesome. There's a couple of other ones that I've missed. I don't know whether they come back around, whether they do them again every year, or whether they were one-offs and you just, if you missed them, you've missed them. But yeah, I was really glad with this Halloween one. I wish I'd got the rest of the skin, but yeah, I didn't have time. It was very grindy to get the seasonal skin for Halloween. I didn't even look at the Lunar New Year one. I assume, again, the same sort of thing. It was going to be pretty grindy. And like I said, I tend to forget where I was up to, and so I will start a new game rather than keep my existing game. And I do that across pretty much every game. And in Astroneer, like, it'd probably be a lot less grindy if you had a save game with everything in it. And I probably would have finished the game by now if I kept my save games, but I don't. I tend to, yeah, go, well, I don't remember what I was doing in that save game. Delete that save game. Start a new one. All right, well, turn this over, drop that off, an extra bit of aluminium, which might come in handy later. Yeah, these RTGs really do make all the difference. Whoops. Okay. Well, that was an epic stream. That is the longest stream I've ever done. I don't think I've ever streamed for 4.5 hours before. But we did do almost completely 2 planets. 3 planets really, if you count silver. We've got silver as far as we can get it at our current technology level. We got a De Solo as far as we can get it at our current technology level, and we are about to get Calidor at almost as far as we can get it at our current technology level. I could start looking into some of the new large solar panels and wind turbines, but I think we'll save that for the next time we do this. But yeah, definitely have to call it a day. Can't play this forever. It's been a while since I've had a break. Need to do something else for a while. But thanks very much for watching. Thanks for joining me. I hope you enjoyed the stream. If you did, hit that like button. That one always helps out. If you'd like to find more of my content, hit that subscribe button. Makes it nice and easy to find the channel where everything is collected into one place. And if you'd like to get notifications when I go live or when I upload a new video, it is definitely worth it to hit that bell icon on my channel, because it is random when I go live. I go live at 3 in the morning. I go live at 1 in the afternoon. I go live 3 times a day sometimes. You never know. But thank you very much for watching, guys. It's been great having you. It's been lots of fun. We will continue this Astroneer Let's Play series a bit further. I'm adding this to the end of the previous Let's Play series, which was probably like 2 major patches ago, 2 major content updates ago. But nonetheless, that was an interesting series as well. We got to, I think, Visenya, maybe Glacio in that series, and hopefully we'll get further in this one. So thanks again, guys, and I'll see you in the next one.